Martial Peak, Chapter 4395, Fighting 3 Enemies at Once. Although she could significantly increase her power by using the Blood Monster battle dress, the rich monster chi within the armor had an erosive effect. The longer the proprietress wore it, the more her consciousness would be eroded, leaving extremely difficult issues to resolve afterwards. Therefore, the proprietress would never use the Blood Monster battle dress unless it was absolutely necessary. Although chef and accountant were aware that she had such an artifact, they had never seen her use it before. This was the first time. The 3 mountain lords of Profound Young Mountain were stunned upon seeing the proprietress transformation. As their gazes fell upon the armor and sword, they immediately realized that the Blood Monster battle dress was truly extraordinary. Geng Qing suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out, second brother." Yun Fei Bai's axe was already right above the proprietress' head. As he bellowed and forcefully brought down his weapon. At the same time, he surged his world force to empower the axe, making it seem like he could split apart the shadowless cave heaven with this strike. Faced with this world-shaking attack, the proprietress raised her sword with both hands as a shockwave spread around from her feet. The next moment, she ignored the limits of space and abruptly appeared before Yun Fei Bai as she clashed with the axe with her sword. Following a deafening clang, a visible halo of light spread out 1,000 kilometers in all directions, shaking space wherever it passed. Yun Fei Bai's pupils shrank as he was sent flying away like a cloth sack, his gaze filled with complete shock. He had traded moves with Lan Yu Ruo in the caldera not long ago, and although she was truly powerful, he was still able to compete with her. However, at this moment, this one clash made him realize that there was a huge gap between their powers. Where does the artifact on this woman come from? Why does it contain such horrifying power? While he was still lost in his thoughts, the proprietress, whose armor seemed to burn with terrifying flames, reached him as she raised her sword and chopped down. A panicked Yun Fei Bai immediately parried the attack with his axe. A horrifying force descended upon him. Pressured by the oppressive world force, he found it difficult to breathe. Following several loud clangs, Yun Fei Bai sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that he had been injured. A relentless proprietress raised her sword again as she appeared determined to ruthlessly kill him. Presently, she was fighting 3 against 1, and although her power had increased significantly thanks to the Blood Monster battle dress, she would still fall into a perilous state if she couldn't kill at least one of her opponents quickly. Feeling the aura of death descending upon him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes in horror. Faced with this series of attacks, he was unable to counterattack at all, and if he couldn't dodge the coming strike, even if he survived, he would be severely wounded. At the critical moment, Geng Qing and Zhu Yue came to his rescue. Since the 3 mountain lords had come here together, the other 2 certainly wouldn't let the proprietress kill Yun Fei Bai without doing anything. In fact, the moment the proprietress and Yun Fei Bai began trading moves, the other 2 mountain lords started rushing towards the battlefield. Nevertheless, due to the proprietress' incredible speed and strength, it wasn't until this moment that they caught up. Still, it was better late than never. Zhu Yue wielded her long sword and infused her world force into it, whereupon a sword screen engulfed the proprietress. At the same time, Geng Qing appeared from the side as he performed hand seals and bombarded the proprietress with different divine abilities. The 2 of them finally managed to force the proprietress back. Using this delay, Yun Fei Bai hurriedly dashed backwards and dodged the attack. As a breeze whisked across his sweat-soaked clothes, he felt cold all over. Prior to this battle, he would never have imagined that there was such a wide gap between Lan Yu Ruo and him since both of them were in the 6th order. If Geng Qing and Zhu Yue hadn't come to his rescue just now, he would have been critically injured or even killed. Although he admittedly underestimated his opponent, it also went to show that the proprietress was horrifyingly powerful. This kind of humiliation made him feel completely ashamed and enraged, so he charged forward with his axe and surrounded the proprietress alongside Geng Qing and Zhu Yue, launching all sorts of divine abilities at her in a maddened rage. Meanwhile, in the parterre garden on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong gasped as he gazed at the battlefield through the water mirror and said in shock, "I can't believe Lan Yu Ruo is so strong." Although there was a barrier around Twin Spirit Island, he could still feel terrifying energy fluctuations coming from outside. Still reeling from the shock, He thought it was fortunate that they hadn't accepted Lan Yu Ruo into Twin Spirit Island. Given the power she had showcased, if she really joined them, the couple wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. He believed that they had to be cautious. If Lan Yu Ruo had some ulterior motive, the couple wouldn't be able to deal with her. Moreover, Shu Mu Dan was pregnant, so her combat capabilities were severely limited right now. On the other hand, the more observant Shu Mu Dan gave it a thought and said, she must have paid a heavy price to obtain this kind of power. It seems to me that the armor she's wearing is quite malevolent. Hua Yong pondered on it for a moment and nodded. You're right, my wife. The proprietress was able to match the 3 mountain lords of Profound Young Mountain on her own, leading to an intense battle. Yun Fei Bai and the others were horrified as they were unable to take her down even though they had joined forces. The blunt-looking sword in her hands contained a power that could make them all flustered. To their dismay, the 3 of them could only come to a draw in a fight against Lan Yu Ruo at the moment. On the other hand, chef and accountant were in a perilous situation. The 3 mountain lords of Profound Young Mountain had brought with them dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. These people wouldn't dare to interfere in the battle between the 6th Order masters as just the fallout could be deadly to them, so they turned their eyes to chef and accountant. The 2 of them ran away in embarrassment as the lights of secret techniques expanded behind them, causing them groan and grunt in pain. Fortunately, both of them were 5th Order open heaven masters, so although they were unable to deal with the dozens of enemies, they could still flee for a while. However, as time passed, the people from Profound Young Mountain formed an encirclement around chef and accountant and were slowly tightening it. It was apparent that there would come a point when the encirclement became so small that the 2 of them would be unable to flee. The proprietress repeatedly wanted to lend them a hand, but she was blocked by Yun Fei Bai and the other mountain lords. The situation seemed to be in Yun Fei Bai and the others' favor because they realized that as time passed, Lan Yu Ruo's moves became less sharp even though the power she was able to use remained unchanged. The power of the divine abilities she cast also appeared somewhat unsteady. Looking up, they saw that there was a layer of blood mist surrounding her scarlet armor and her eyes under the helmet had become bloodshot. The monster chi made her look like a real monster. The 3 of them were astounded at first, but soon realized that there must be a downside to this artifact armor. It couldn't be used for a long time, or else there would be some hidden concerns. Understanding this, they switched tactics and stopped clashing with the proprietress head-on. Instead, they circled around and stalled for time. Judging from Lan Yu Ruo's actions, they knew that she would become increasingly erratic as time passed, and eventually, they would be able to easily deal with her. For a battle at this level, having more power didn't necessarily mean that one could secure victory. The monster chi around the proprietress thickened as there seemed to be a layer of blood swirling around her scarlet blood monster battle dress. The eyes under the helmet were crimson as they reflected a glint of madness and brutality. Every strike she made with her sword seemed able to break the heavens and earth apart, but at the same time, she became increasingly wild and unfocused. She was unable to react when Zhu Yue came at her with her sword and penetrated a junction in the armor, piercing through her belly. Before Zhu Yue could celebrate her victory though, the proprietress turned her head and hacked at her with her great sword. Zhu Yue exclaimed and retracted her sword before backing off quickly. However, she was still struck by the violent force as the vitality in her chest convulsed, almost causing her to spit blood. Seeing as the relentless proprietress chased after her, Zhu Yue grit her teeth and parried the incoming flurry of attacks. On the other hand, Geng Qing attempted to hold the proprietress down while Yun Fei Bai forcefully hacked his axe at her figure. Following a loud boom, the proprietress' lithe figure plunged into the lake and caused a huge splash. The spot where she fell into the water was boiling and dyed red. The fish in the lake that were attracted by the metallic tang went over to absorb the red light, but they all exploded a moment later. Following a loud splash, a red glint flashed through the lake's surface as the proprietress shot out of the water. Due to Yun Fei Bai's strike earlier, she seemed to have regained some clarity in her mind and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. However, when she saw that chef and accountant were in danger, the sense of struggle disappeared and was replaced by madness again. Holding the sword in one hand, she wielded it and formed a ray of red light before charging towards Yun Fei Bai ********************************************** star. Loud noises were continuously heard as their world forces clashed. In the garden, Hua Yong narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Lan Yu Ruo is doomed." To his side, Shu Mu Dan let out a sigh. As a fellow woman, she had to admit that Lan Yu Ruo was more powerful than she was. However, Lan Yu Ruo was on her own, so she was unable to defeat the 3 mountain lords from Profound Young Mountain. As a fellow 6th Order master, she was fully aware of how powerful the 3 mountain lords from Profound Young Mountain were and understood that she might not be a match for any one of them even if it was a one-on-one fight. However, Lan Yu Ruo was able to face 3 of them for such a long time even though she was on her own. In fact, given the power she had showcased, she could totally flee and those from Profound Young Mountain would be unable to stop her. The reason she stayed and fought this life-and-death battle was that she had to protect her companions. Even if she could flee, the people around her were unable to do so. Therefore, Shu Mu Dan admired the proprietress for her loyalty and righteousness. She turned to look at her husband and parted her lips, but she was unable to say anything in the end. It had been a long time since they got married, so Hua Yong was able to figure out her intentions by looking into her eyes. It was apparent that she wanted to plead with him to let Lan Yu Ruo in, but as their eyes met, he slowly shook his head. By letting Lan Yu Ruo in, they would offend those from Profound Young Mountain and invite trouble to themselves. Even if they could somehow appease those from Profound Young Mountain, the power Lan Yu Ruo had showcased this time made Hua Yong feel wary. Given her strength, she was completely capable of becoming the head island master. There was no way the couple would allow her to usurp their position. Shu Mu Dan let out a long sigh and stroked her bulging belly. There was a loving expression on her face as she hummed a nursery rhyme to distract herself. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4396, You're Finally Awake. I can't believe we'll lose our lives here. Chef and accountant were facing away from one another. Their figures were soaked in blood as they glowered at the dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters who had surrounded them. There was a huge gap in the numbers of people between both sides, so there was no way those from First In had any hope of winning the battle. In fact, they were practically doomed as they were about to get killed. If it weren't for their near-feral retaliation just now, these people would have pounced on them instead of appearing wary. Since we're going to die anyway, we should probably just get it over with right away. Accountant raised his abacus with one hand. His blood streamed down his arms and dropped on the lake before dyeing it red. Upon hearing that, Chef turned to look in the proprietress' direction where he saw 4 figures flying around. Presently, the 3 mountain lords of Profound Young Mountain were locked in a fierce battle with the proprietress as they cast their divine abilities at her. After letting out a breath, Chef lifted his knife and said, "You're right. The sooner we head for the Yellow Springs the better." The reason the proprietress wasn't willing to leave was that the 2 of them were still alive, so she didn't have the heart to abandon them. If both of them lost their lives, perhaps the proprietress would flee and be able to obtain revenge for them at a later time. Given her strength, she would be able to flee even though she couldn't defeat the 3 mountain lords. They exchanged glances and laughed heartily. Since they could go to hell together, they reckoned that they wouldn't feel lonely at the very least. As their gazes parted ways, they sported resolute expressions. They pushed their small universes madly as their world forces surged and spread out. Even if they had to lose their lives in this battle, they would bring some enemies down with them. Kill 1 to break even, kill 2 to profit. Just when they were ready to make a move, a pair of hands were suddenly placed on Chef's shoulders as a voice was heard saying, "Take it easy. I don't want to die yet." A flabbergasted Chef turned his head and almost hacked the person with his knife. When he realized who spoke though, he snapped bitterly, "Little bastard, you're finally awake." The person who spoke just now was Yang Kai, who had been lying on Chef's back this whole time. Yang Kai patted his shoulders and leapt away from him before gently saying, "I've been awake the whole time." However, he was at the most critical moment of refining the world fruit just now, so he couldn't stop halfway, or else all his effort would be wasted. That was the reason he was unable to respond to them. "Save the proprietress right now," Chef demanded anxiously. "She's in danger. Bring her away. Accountant and I will hold up the enemy for you." "She's in danger, but you 2 aren't in a better state." Yang Kai looked around as his gaze turned cold. Then, he stepped forward with a grim expression. I'm in a terrible mood, so I don't mind killing some people to vent out my anger. Scram if you don't want to die. Chef and accountant gazed at him in shock, thinking that he hadn't fully come to his senses after a long stupor. All the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them sported strange expressions. Seeing young Kai stepping closer though, one of them pointed at him with his sword and yelled, "Kill." As soon as he spoke that word, he thrust out his sword towards young Kai. His world force surged as the sword shadows multiplied. However, when he realized that young Kai had disappeared from his line of sight, he felt his chest tightening as a sense of uneasiness rose within him. Before he was able to react, he saw a point of a spear rapidly enlarging before his eyes. The spear seemed to have turned into a great dragon as it widened its maw and pounced on him. His vision was shrouded in darkness, leaving him flustered and horrified. He hurriedly surged his world force to parry the attack, but an even more violent force penetrated his defense like it was paper. An explosive sound was heard as the spear penetrated the person's head and exploded it. His blood and flesh scattered about as his headless corpse convulsed, even as he held out his sword in front of him. Without stopping, young Kai disappeared from everyone's sight again as a great dragon roar shook the world. The azure dragon spear flashed in and out of everyone's vision for a moment, and when young Kai reappeared, he had broken through the encirclement of these open heaven realm masters. Although he appeared slow, he was actually heading towards the battlefield of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at incredible speed. Even though he was gone, his voice still lingered in the air. If the two of them lose even one more strand of hair, all of you will have to die. Chef and accountant were dumbfounded as they couldn't figure out how young Kai managed to break through the encirclement, but soon just thought that space principles were indeed useful as no one was able to capture young Kai. The next instant though, the two of them widened their eyes and stared at the enemies around them in disbelief. A bloodlight expanded as a person exploded, and then the same thing happened to another person *hong hong hong, star. In less than a breath, 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. While the two of them were flabbergasted, the enemies around them were horrified. Just now, they could see that young Kai exploded one of their companions' head with his spear. However, that person was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, so it wasn't surprising that he would lose his life due to his negligence in this life-and-death battle. Nevertheless, most of the 8 mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters who had just died were in the Fifth Order. Only young Kai had made a move, so it was apparent who the murderer was. He had to possess a horrifying strength to be able to kill 8 mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters with ease in just a flash. Presently, no one dared to make a move on Chef and accountant, who were still surrounded. Even though they could easily kill these two, they were wary of the threat young Kai had left behind. 9 of their companions had lost their lives already, so it was obvious to them that only the 4 mountain lords were able to deal with him. What's going on with that brat? A dazed Chef watched as young Kai rapidly dashed away. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, accountant was dumbstruck. As young Kai charged forward, his aura exploded. It was apparent to them that his aura was that of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as he didn't even attempt to conceal it. When did that happen? Chef fell into a dazed state. If he wasn't mistaken, young Kai was only in the Fifth Order when he found them 1 month ago. It had only been 1 month since he started recuperating, so how did he manage to ascend to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm? The speed at which he achieved this breakthrough was simply impossible. Besides them, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, who had been observing the battle from their garden on Twin Spirit Island, were terrified. Hua Yong widened his eyes and asked, "Just who is he?" When he saw young Kai lying unconscious on Chef's back, he thought that the latter was severely wounded, so he didn't mind him. However, the slaughter just now proved that young Kai was in peak condition rather than being injured. Shu Mu Dan asked in a shaking voice, "Husband, could you do that in such a short period of time?" She was talking about whether her husband was able to kill 8 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in an instant. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong shook his head, "Impossible. Even I wouldn't be able to kill so many Fifth Order cultivators in such a short moment." Shu Mu Dan let out a breath. Now, it seems that he's the strongest person on Lan Yuruo's side. Perhaps he's even stronger than her. A puzzled Hua Yong asked, since he had such power, why didn't he participate in the battle earlier? It wasn't until the most critical moment that he made a move. He must have his own reasons. Shu Mudan fell into her thoughts. Hua Yong commented, profound young mountain will have to retreat without achieving their goal. Lan Yu Ruo is very powerful to begin with, and now she has this person's help, so the 3 mountain lords won't be able to defeat them. Shu Mudan said, if that person is really stronger than Lan Yu Ruo, we'll need to come up with a plan, husband. Hua Yong's face twitched as he understood what she meant. Meanwhile, Yang Kai reached the battlefield of the 4 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as he pushed out his spear towards Yun Fei Bai as he bellowed, old dog, die. Yun Fei Bai turned his head, and when he saw that it was Yang Kai, his eyes turned bloodshot. Brat. It's you. The fact that Yang Kai had pierced his chest with a spear some time ago was a complete humiliation for him. It took Yun Fei Bai a whole month to recover from that wound. Now that he met his enemy again, it was expected that he was incensed. He immediately ignored Lan Yu Ruo and hacked his axe at Yang Kai. The reason he was injured at that time was that he had underestimated his opponent, for he had never expected that someone would have the guts to harm him in profound Yang Mountain. Otherwise, in his opinion, a newly promoted 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would never be able to hurt him. Now, he finally had the chance to get his revenge. As he brought down his axe though, his expression changed as he called out in shock, "You're a 6th Order?" Yang Kai's aura was as conspicuous as ever, so anyone who wasn't a fool would be able to detect it, and it was absolutely clear that he was in the 6th Order. No way. He was still a newly ascended 5th Order when I met him 1 month ago. Why is he a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? Despite the doubt in his mind, Yun Fei Bai remained merciless with his actions as he madly infused his world force into his axe. As soon as Yang Kai's spear came into contact with the axe, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense force sweeping over him. The impact cracked his hands so badly that he almost lost grip of his axe. His expression turned horrified as he realized that Yang Kai was indeed a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, or else the latter couldn't have showcased this kind of strength. Looking down, he saw that his perlicue had ripped apart and blood was now streaming out of the wound. He was unable to stop his hand from trembling violently. At that moment, he was dumbstruck. When he saw Yang Kai 1 month ago, the latter was just a new 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, when they met again this time, he realized that the latter also looked like a new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even though Yang Kai was really a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he should be weaker than Yun Fei Bai, who had millennia of accumulation in his current order. It should be impossible that a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai had a stronger heritage. Nevertheless, the truth was that Yun Fei Bai had suffered a setback. Both Yang Kai's strength and world force were simply overwhelming. While Yun Fei Bai was lost in a dazed state, Yang Kai came at him with his spear again and bellowed, "On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme." A series of caws were heard as a great sun suddenly rose from Yang Kai's back. Like a real sun, it was scorching hot as it cast its glow on the world below. Furthermore, there seemed to be a 3-legged exotic bird flying around this great Sunday. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4397, unable to recognize him. A horrifying aura spread out, which caused a large part of the fog around Twin Spirit Island to evaporate in an instant. Under the great sun, Yang Kai was seen wielding the spear in a heroic manner as his weapon's power dazzled the world. Geng Qing and Zhu Ya, who were attacking the proprietress, turned to look at him with trembling eyes. Divine manifestation. In the garden, Hua Yong was dumbfounded as he stared at the great sun in disbelief. How is that possible? Shu Mudan parted her lips, which were now covered with her hands. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never heard of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being able to wield one. If they found out that Yang Kai had already comprehended Golden Crow casts the sun when he was still an Emperor Realm cultivator, they would probably faint from shock. The dazzling great sun cast a radiant glow on Yun Fei Bai's flustered expression. Right after the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura grew to horrifying heights. A dazzling red-gold light washed over the azure dragon spear in his hands as the pitch-black golden crow's true fire seemed able to burn down the entire world. As Yang Kai thrust out his spear, the world around him trembled. There was no way Yun Fei Bai would be able to dodge this attack, so at this life-and-death moment, he roared and madly infused his world force into his axe, which suddenly shone brightly as it clashed with azure dragon's spear head-on. Since he was unable to dodge, he had no choice but to meet the enemy head-on. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to survive. Following a loud boom, shockwaves erupted as a halo of light exploded outwards. The glow of the axe dimmed greatly. After the clash, the axe's spirituality seemed to have been damaged, which went to show how terrifying the spear's power was. Azure Dragon's spear pressed forward, knocking away the axe as it continued to pierce out. Yang Kai, who was holding the spear, wore a fierce expression on his face as murderous intent surged from his form. At this moment, an inch from death, Yun Fei Bai retreated hastily in an attempt to flee, but his expression changed the next moment. That was because he realized that the space around him had become extremely viscous. It was as though he had been bound by a mysterious force, which rendered him unable to move as he pleased. Right. This bastard is a master of the Tao of space. That was the first thing that came to Yun Fei Bai's mind. Although he managed to break free from the space principle's restriction in the next moment, he had lost his only chance to escape the attack. Watching as the spear rapidly penetrated his chest, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest was excruciating and there was a black flame burning through his wound. It was the second time he had been run through by this spear. The first time took place 1 month ago when his chest was pierced by Yang Kai's spear. It took him 1 month before he recovered from that wound. This time around, 3 sixth-order mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain had come all the way here with their dozens of subordinates. Initially, Yun Fei Bai thought that he could get his revenge, but he hadn't expected to be wounded in exactly the same way again. This time was far more severe. Although his injury was serious previously, there wasn't a risk of him losing his life. However, there was Golden Crow's true fire burning in his wound now. Yang Kai withdrew his spear, bringing with it a lot of boiling blood. Before the blood even dropped to the lake, it evaporated because of Golden Crow's true fire. Then, Yang Kai aimed his spear at Yun Fei Bai's head as he was determined to end his life. "Don't you dare kill second brother." At the critical moment, Zhu Ya came at Yang Kai from behind. Her sword turned into countless sword waves. Every sword wave contained the world force of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and leapt away. Seizing the chance, Zhu Ya hurled out a long piece of red cloth and draped it around the injured Yun Fei Bai before fleeing into the distance. At the same time, she exclaimed, "Third brother, run." She was truly terrified. The guy, who had remained unconscious all this time, suddenly woke up and killed 9 of their subordinates in an instant. Not only had he severely injured Yun Fei Bai, but he had also managed to showcase a divine manifestation. The power he possessed was inconceivable. If he were on his own, the 3 mountain lords could have joined forces and dealt with him. However, he also had the now maddened Lan Yuruo on his side. There was no way the 3 of them could defeat these 2 people. Moreover, Yun Fei Bai had been critically injured, so Zhu Ya knew the only option was to run. On the other hand, Geng Qing felt immensely pressured as he had to battle against the proprietress on his own. There was nothing else he could do apart from defending himself. Upon hearing Zhu Ya's words, he directly used a feint to gain some distance before he fled from the battlefield. However, a relentless proprietress turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to pursue Yun Fei Bai and Zhu Ya as well, but he suddenly frowned and gazed at the proprietress. The next instant, he moved to intercept her. Presently, she was clad in a scarlet artifact armor. With both her hands holding the great sword, she looked quite valiant. However, her eyes were completely red, and she was engulfed in rich monster chi. Facing Yang Kai, she hacked at him with her sword without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry the attack, and following a loud clang, he was sent flying several thousand meters away while the proprietress figure shook a little. After stabilizing her footing, she charged at him again. Her sword seemed to have turned into a storm and blasted towards Yang Kai. It was the first time young Kai saw her in such a state. Earlier, he could feel that there was something wrong with her, which was why he decided to stop her and let her rest first. However, it never crossed his mind that she couldn't even recognize him now. As his gaze fell upon the scarlet artifact armor, he knitted his brow, knowing that something was wrong with it as it seemed to contain horrifying monster chi that was affecting her mind. If she couldn't come to her senses in time, her mind would be completely corrupted by the monster chi. It would be too late to save her by then. It wasn't the right time for him to ask chef and accountant what had happened, nor was he in the mood to chase after Ju Ya and the others. Left with no choice, he could only wield his azure dragon spear and ward off her attacks while exclaiming, "Proprietress! Wake up! It's me." The proprietress ignored him as the monster chi around her thickened. Every strike she made carried immense force, and young Kai found it increasingly hard to deal with her. It had to be noted that young Kai had a 4,000-meter-long half-dragon form, so he possessed incredible physical strength. It was hard to imagine that the proprietress could use such a monstrous force despite her delicate figure. However, given the way she used her power, it must be pretty taxing for her. When Ju Ya and the others turned their heads and saw that young Kai and Lan Yuruo had gotten into an intense battle, they breathed a sigh of relief despite not knowing what had happened. They were truly worried that young Kai and Lan Yuruo would pursue them. Then, Ju Ya looked down and saw Yun Fei by spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood coming out of his mouth was boiling hot, as though it contained a scorching heat, and she exclaimed, "How are you, second brother?" Yun Fei by covered the wound on his chest with his hand as a sense of resentfulness flashed through his eyes. It's Golden Crow's true fire. That brat condensed a high-rank power. As he spoke, he sprayed out another mouthful of boiling blood. Ju Ya comforted him by saying, "Hang in there, second brother. I'm sure when we return to Profound Young Mountain, Big Brother will have a way to help you." Yun Fei by nodded his head and fell silent as he pushed his power to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in his body in order to stop the wound from worsening. The people who surrounded chef and accountant on the lake had dispersed by now. Since the three mountain lords were gone, they certainly wouldn't dare to remain. They had hurriedly followed Ju Ya and the others back to Profound Young Mountain. Chef and accountant didn't chase their opponents as there were only the two of them. If they pushed the enemy too far, they might fall into a perilous situation instead. Upon seeing that young Kai and the proprietress were locked in a fierce battle, Chef anxiously screamed, "Oh, no. The proprietress has lost her rationality and is fighting against young boy. What should we do?" Accountant yelled, "Don't hurt her, young Kai. Wake her up immediately." "I'm trying," young Kai replied while dodging the attacks. However, he wasn't sure how he could make the proprietress regain her senses. If this matter dragged on, she would fall into critical danger. It would be terrible if she was left with some irreversible damage. Inside the garden, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan gazed silently at the water mirror. Through the reflection, they could see two figures engaging in an intense battle in the sky. The area around the lake was a mess. The barrier around the lake had stood for thousands of years, but it was now almost destroyed due to this one battle. After observing for a time, Hua Yong wore a helpless smile and muttered, "Is this really a battle between 6th Order Open Heaven Masters? It looks more like a clash between those 7th Order Masters." Shu Mu Dan added, "Lan Yuruo seems to have been affected by the monster chi in that scarlet armor and lost her mind. It's the best chance to lend her a hand now, husband. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." After giving it a thought, Hua Yong nodded, "You're right, my wife. Please come with me." Shu Mu Dan nodded gently and retracted the mirror, and then they leapt into the air together and flew out. A moment later, the fog separated and revealed the figures of Twin Spirit Island's island masters. Upon seeing them, chef and accountant appeared vigilant. Shu Mu Dan hurriedly said, "Please don't be nervous. We mean no harm." Hua Yong added, "We were cultivating in seclusion to comprehend a secret technique, but it never crossed our minds that such an astonishing battle had taken place outside of Twin Spirit Island. Now that Madame Lan is in danger, we have a secret technique that might be able to help her regain clarity. Please allow us to use it on her." After exchanging glances, chef and accountant immediately figured out the couple's intentions. Earlier, the proprietress brought them to Twin Spirit Island in order to seek shelter with the island masters and ward off those from Profound Young Mountain. Unfortunately, Hua Yong and his wife were not willing to interfere in this matter, so they refused to meet them. Cultivating in seclusion was just an excuse they had come up with. Now that those from Profound Young Mountain were forced to leave, and Yang Kai and the proprietress had showcased incredible strength, this couple must have been worried that those from First In would hold a grudge against them, so they hurriedly came out to offer assistance. Despite the fact that chef and accountant understood all this, they didn't point it out, as the most important thing right now was to wake the proprietress up. As such, chef lowered his head without hesitation. "If you're able to help my proprietress, we'll owe you a favor." Accountant added, "Please lend us a hand." Hua Yong nodded in return, "We'll begin right away." Then, he exchanged glances with his wife. After a nod, he fished out a flute while she sat cross-legged. As she waved her hand, a zither appeared on her knees. The pleasant music of the flute and the zither sounded and permeated the air as it whisked across the area like a pair of invisible hands. The music seemed to have a soothing effect wherever it went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4398, Paying a Visit to Profound Young Mountain. The island masters of Twin Spirit Island were experts in the Tao of music. The melody coming from the flute and zither were soft, which soothed the mind and soul of those who listened to it. Both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm, and the music they were playing was targeted at the proprietress, so it was fairly effective. While they were locked in a pitched battle, Yang Kai could feel that the proprietress had suddenly become less violent, and there was a sense of struggle behind her bloodshot eyes. It was apparent that she was starting to regain her senses. All of a sudden, she turned her head and glowered at Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The next moment, her monster chi surged as she charged towards the couple with her sword in an imposing manner. Hua Yong was stunned while Shu Mu Dan paled. They had witnessed how formidable the proprietress was, so they knew that they wouldn't be a match for her even if they joined forces. Furthermore, it wasn't appropriate for Shu Mu Dan to fight in her current condition. Therefore, after only a short moment of hesitation, Hua Yong dashed towards his wife and draped his arm around her waist before returning to Twin Spirit Island. At the same time, he yelled, "Her mind is completely controlled by monster chi. We're unable to help her." After they crashed into the barrier, the fog moved and concealed the entrance. Upon seeing that, chef and accountant stomped their feet on the ground with exasperation. A relentless proprietress turned her sword into a beam of red light and slashed across the fog. In an instant, a huge gap was carved out and revealed the view inside Twin Spirit Island. Seeing that she was about to attack again, Yang Kai charged towards her and widened his arms before confining her to his embrace. Yang Kai was incredibly strong, and as he embraced the proprietress, the scarlet battle armor on her body started cracking. With her hands restricted, she let out a bestial roar and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Feeling that a piece of his flesh on the shoulder had been ripped off, Yang Kai groaned. As he endured the excruciating pain, he yelled, "Proprietress, forgive me." Then, he bent his head backwards before forcefully smashing it into her forehead, delivering a vicious headbutt. Following a loud thud, the proprietress almost fell unconscious. Hong hong hong, star. After 3 more headbutts, Yang Kai started seeing stars as well, but he could feel that the woman in his embrace had calmed down a little. Without hesitation, he took off her helmet and threw it away. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers and pushed his divine sense, transferring his soul-warming lotus to her. He wasn't certain whether the soul-warming lotus could help the proprietress at this point. However, since she couldn't even recognize him as she beat him up, it was obvious that her mind had been heavily affected by the monster chi. The soul-warming lotus had an incredibly soothing effect, so it might help restore her mental clarity. It was the first time Yang Kai showed the soul-warming lotus in public since he obtained it. This kind of supreme treasure could not be exposed easily, or else it would attract some unnecessary attention. However, since the proprietress was in danger, he had no choice but to do it. Yang Kai could feel the proprietress shuddering as the soul-warming lotus entered her body. Following that, the redness in her eyes receded like a tide as her gaze became clear again. An elated Yang Kai to know that the soul-warming lotus had started taking effect. A moment later, the proprietress darted her gaze around as her vision focused. She seemed a little lost while staring at the man. Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You're fine now." The proprietress batted her eyes, but upon realizing something, she started struggling. "Let go of me." An uncertain Yang Kai asked, "Are you sure you're awake?" The woman glowered at him, then he let her go. Following that, she shook her figure a little, whereupon the scarlet artifact armor on her body turned into a layer of blood mist and disappeared into thin air. The sword she had been holding in her hands was also gone all of a sudden. However, at this moment, the proprietress seemed to be in a terrible state. Her aura was unstable, and her entire figure was crimson as a metallic tang exuded from her body. Apparently, the side effects of activating the blood monster battle dress were quite intense. The redness in her skin was caused by the burning of her own blood essence. Chef and accountant rushed over before looking worriedly at her. "Proprietress." "I'm fine," she shook her head. Still anxious, they stared fixedly at her. The proprietress saw this and burst into laughter. "I'm really fine. I just need some time to recuperate." It was only then that chef and accountant breathed a sigh of relief. The fog around Twin Spirit Island separated as Hua Yong stepped out of it again. However, this time, Shu Mu Dan wasn't by his side this time. He was still reeling from shock. Earlier, he and his wife were unable to suppress Lan Yu Ruo's monster chi even though they had joined forces. Instead of calming her down, they had only drawn her aggression towards them. Left with no other choice, they could only retreat to Twin Spirit Island. He couldn't figure out what this strange young man had done that could allow Lan Yu Ruo to return to her senses in such a short time. However, it wasn't the right time to inquire about this issue. Since his expression of goodwill didn't yield any results earlier, he naturally wanted to make up for it this time around. Therefore, upon his appearance, he immediately said in embarrassment, "Congratulations, Madam Lan, for overcoming this crisis. My wife and I are truly sorry that we were unable to help you in any way as we were too weak." The proprietress shot him a dispassionate glance. She was vexed at the fact that Hua Yong didn't even bother to meet her despite the fact that she had brought chef, accountant, and Yang Kai to side with Twin Spirit Island. Nevertheless, if she were in his shoes, she might have done the same. So, she knew that he had done nothing wrong. After all, they were neither friends nor relatives to begin with. They only had one discussion during her previous visit, hence, it was understandable that he wasn't willing to invite trouble to himself. Although her mind was a mess earlier, she could still faintly remember what was going on. Certainly, she was aware that Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan attempted to help her with their music. After a nod, she said faintly, "I appreciate your thoughts, Island Master Hua." Yang Kai gazed at Hua Yong and asked, "Island Master Hua, my proprietress desperately needs a place to recuperate. Will you please open your doors for us?" Hua Yong replied, "If you're okay with it, you can recuperate on my Twin Spirit Island." Faced with this sixth-order open heaven realm young man who was able to use a divine manifestation, he didn't dare to be negligent. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded by this young man while Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were forced to retreat. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, perhaps only the head mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain was a match for him. Hua Yong already had the intention to express his goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't turn him down at this point. "Good." Yang Kai nodded his head and turned to look at the proprietress. With a pale face, she coughed but didn't reject the idea. She indeed needed a quiet place to recover. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, all other places were unsafe except for the headquarters of the three great forces. After all, she wouldn't want to be affected by the astral wind while she was trying to heal herself. The fog moved again and revealed a passageway. Hua Yong warmly led the way while Yang Kai and the others followed the proprietress, stepping into Twin Spirit Island. Shu Mu Dan, whose belly was bulging, came over and greeted them in an elegant manner. The proprietress' injuries needed immediate treatment. Even though the soul-warming lotus had soothed her mind and dispelled the monster chi for her, her condition would exacerbate if she didn't start healing herself soon. Therefore, after only the briefest of small talk, Hua Yong immediately arranged a secret room for her to recuperate in seclusion. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai said, "Please take good care of proprietress." A stunned chef asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Kai grinned. To pay a visit to Profound Yang Mountain. Chef exclaimed. You want to head to Profound Yang Mountain? Accountant was shocked as well. To the side, Hua Yong dissuaded him by saying, Please don't be impetuous, little brother. Profound Yang Mountain is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and they have many strong masters on their side. Although you're formidable, you won't be able to deal with so many people on your own. Besides the fact that Geng Qing and Zhu Ya are in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, the head mountain lord Marozhe is just one step away from the 7th Order. He is the strongest person in the shadowless cave heaven. Yang Kai arched his brow. He's the most powerful here? I should meet him, then. Chef worriedly tried to change his mind. Young boy, why don't you wait for the proprietress to recover? You can't go there on your own. If anything happens to you, how are we supposed to explain ourselves to her? Yang Kai patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Although the people from Profound Yang Mountain are strong, they can't possibly harm me. I'll be back soon. The young man's arrogance stunned Hua Yong. Even though Yang Kai had indeed showcased incredible might in the battle just now, Profound Yang Mountain was deeply rooted in this place and wasn't easy to infringe upon. If he wasn't careful enough, he would lose his life there. However, since they were not friends or relatives, Hua Yong reckoned that he wasn't in any place to keep dissuading him. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Do you have some wine, Island Master Hua? Hua Yong became startled for a moment before fishing out a gourd from his space ring. This wine took me over 300 years to brew. Is it strong enough? Yang Kai asked. A proud Hua Yong replied, It's definitely strong enough. With a smile, Yang Kai carried the wine gourd in one arm and said, That's great. See you soon. After finishing his words, he shot into the sky. Chef said anxiously, Be careful. As Hua Yong watched him leave, he slowly shook his head. Little brother Yang is pretty feisty. He sighed, then turned to gaze at Chef and Accountant. If you need anything, just inform my subordinates, and they'll handle it for you. My wife and I will stop bothering you. Many thanks. Chef and Accountant cupped their fists at him. Up in the air, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved towards Profound Yang Mountain at full speed, space principles swirling around him. In order to deal with those from Profound Yang Mountain, the proprietress had paid a hefty price. If it weren't for Yang Kai having the soul-warming lotus with him, she would have lost her mind to madness. Certainly, he wouldn't let those from Profound Yang Mountain off so easily. If it weren't because the proprietress needed help, he would have chased after them instead of waiting until now. With that said, it wasn't too late to pursue them. He was a master of the Tao of space, so none were comparable to him when it came to the speed of fleeing or pursuing enemies. On top of that, Yunfei Bai was severely wounded, so although Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were not injured, having to drag the former with them would slow them down significantly. Yang Kai was confident he could intercept them before they returned to Profound Yang Mountain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4399, He's really coming after us. 3 figures were seen rapidly flying through the air. They were the 3 mountain lords who were in a rush to return to Profound Yang Mountain. Geng Qing and Zhu Ya supported Yunfei Bai's weight on either side as they moved at the speed of lightning. Yunfei Bai still coughed up boiling blood from time to time, and there was also a black flame burning around the wound in his chest. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could only suppress the flame to stop his wound from worsening. He was unable to disperse it. Golden Crow's True Fire was a high-rank fire element power that could burn all of creation. Unless Yunfei Bai had an element power in the same order that could restrict the flames, he would be unable to resolve it in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to return to Profound Yang Mountain and seek the head mountain lord's help. Or, he could spend a painfully long time recuperating in seclusion to resolve the crisis. While he looked very battered, his eyes were filled with resentment. His chest was injured twice. 1 month ago, he had underestimated the young man, who successfully launched a sneak attack on him. However, this time, he was wounded in a frontal clash with him. He could not figure out how the young man could go from the 5th Order to the 6th Order in just 1 month. Did he conceal his cultivation previously? Or did he really achieve an ascension after 1 month? He had a feeling it was the former. The young man must have a method to conceal his cultivation, which made Yunfei misjudge his true strength, resulting in the series of setbacks he had suffered. Yunfei was completely vexed, thinking that he had to be more careful when dealing with that strange young man in the future, as he was pretty cunning. As his emotions fluctuated, his wounds became irritated and he sprayed out a mouthful of boiling blood. "How are you, second brother?" Zhu Yue asked with concern. Yunfei shook his head. "It won't kill me." Gang Qing let out a sigh. Many of the top cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain had taken part in this siege. Initially, they thought that they could easily defeat Lan Yuruo and her small group, but not only did they become battered, but they had also lost quite a number of subordinates. With that said, their siege this time wasn't totally unfruitful. At the very least, they had found out Lan Yuruo's true strength as well as that of the mysterious young man. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, that young man was able to use a divine manifestation, which was simply inconceivable. They reckoned that they had to report this discovery to the head mountain lord so that he could be prepared. One of the reasons Profound Yang Mountain had become the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven was that they had the highest number of sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Secondly, the head mountain lord was truly mighty as he was just one step away from the seventh-order open heaven realm. If it weren't because resources in the shadowless cave heaven were scarce, he would have broken through already. However, now, there came a young man who was able to use a divine manifestation in the shadowless cave heaven. He was probably just as powerful as the head mountain lord. Faced with such a foe, they had to put their guard up. While pondering on these issues, Zhu Yue suddenly took a glance behind her with concern. "Will he come after us?" Gang Qing replied, "I don't think so. Lan Yuruo must have used an artifact that comes with extreme drawbacks, so she should be in a terrible state. That guy will have to deal with her instead of coming after us. Moreover, we're not pushovers." The reason they had fled was that Yunfei was injured, so they had to bring him back to heal. Their wariness of Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo came second. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone bellowing from behind, "Yunfei, where do you think you're going?" Zhu Yue's expression changed as she turned her head, only to see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the horizon. The ray of light kept flickering, and with every flicker, the distance between them shortened significantly. It wouldn't take long before the ray of light caught up with them, so she exclaimed, "He's really coming after us." Gang Qing bellowed, "That brat is going too far." Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, and they were undoubtedly the most powerful great force here. All of the mountain lords were famous and formidable. There had never been a time when they were chased down like they were beat dogs. He turned his head and ordered, "Stop him." The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who had been following the three mountain lords, sported bitter expressions upon hearing that. Earlier, Yang Kai easily killed 9 of their companions and even injured the second mountain lord, so how were they supposed to oppose him? However, they wouldn't dare to disobey Gang Qing's order, so they forced themselves to stop and took up a formation to await their enemy's arrival. On the other hand, Gang Qing and the others kept flying towards Profound Yang Mountain at full speed. Yang Kai's figure kept flickering as he watched Gang Qing and the others flee. Popping off the lid of the wine gourd, he lifted it to his mouth and downed a large swig. After he was done with the wine, he threw the gourd away, shattering it on the ground below. While feeling tipsy, Yang Kai raised his spear as his murderous intent surged. Slowly moving forward, he shook his head and declared, "I'll only say this once. Scram if you don't want to die. I won't spare anyone who dares to get in my way." Yang Kai became increasingly overbearing as he flew forward, his aura erupting as it covered the sky and caused the clouds to welter. The dozens of mid-rank open heaven realm masters were horrified as many of them subconsciously took a few steps back. As they recalled the sight of their 9 companions being killed, they started shuddering. Just then, a thin and tall man yelled, "What's there to be afraid of? He's on his own while we have so many people on our side. As long as we make a move together, there's no way he..." Before he could finish his words, he gasped as Yang Kai, who was supposed to be kilometers away, abruptly appeared in front of him, their faces almost touching. Yang Kai belched and puffed out a breath filled with alcohol at him. The person was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so he was pretty agile. He immediately leapt backwards in an attempt to widen the gap between Yang Kai and him. However, the next moment, his expression was transformed by fear as he realized that regardless of how much he moved backwards, Yang Kai remained standing right in front of him. The view around him never changed one bit, as though the space around him had been extended infinitely. Near distant horizon, following Yang Kai's sharp rise in cultivation, the power of the secret techniques he could use had improved proportionally. He was already able to injure the 6th order Yunfei Bai when he was still in the 5th order. Since he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master, there was no way a 5th order master like this man could escape from him. This tall man was apparently a resolute person, so upon realizing that he was unable to flee, he roared and surged his world force before sending out a divine ability at Yang Kai. His companions around him also made a move at the same time. At that instant, the lights of divine abilities erupted as they flew at Yang Kai. Water reflects the moon, Yang Kai shouted as a full moon rose behind him. The moon cast a glow on all of them and sent chills down their spines. Their divine abilities seemed to have been frozen as they moved forward like snails. The tall man and the others were soon covered in a layer of frost, causing them to shiver like quails in the winter. Additionally, shields with dragon patterns on them started appearing around Yang Kai. A dragon pressure could be felt coming from these thick shields, and every dragon had its head connected with its tail. Dragon shields. Upon activating these two secret techniques, Yang Kai thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Wherever the spear shadows passed, time seemed to freeze. When Yang Kai retracted his spear, the tall man and the others were rendered immovable on their spots. It wasn't until this moment that their divine abilities crashed into the dragon shields around Yang Kai and caused them to flicker. In the end, they couldn't harm him one bit. The louder you shout, the quicker you die. Yang Kai swept his spear across the air, and then the people standing in front of him exploded into a blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Holding the spear with one hand, he swept a cold glance over the survivors in an imposing manner and asked, "Who else would like to make a move?" All of them fell silent as they stared dazedly at Yang Kai. Gulps were clearly audible, and all of their eyes were filled with terror. Although Yang Kai had previously killed 9 of their companions just outside Twin Spirit Island, they were still astounded upon seeing the same thing now. They knew that they might be able to stop this young man from going further if they joined forces. After all, he was only one man regardless of how powerful he was. On the other hand, they had many people on their side who could fight. Nevertheless, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, it wasn't hard for him to kill 10 or 20 of them. No one was willing to be the unlucky one. After what had happened to the tall man, none of them dared to say a word. "If no one is making a move, I'm leaving." Yang Kai snorted and walked off. His chest felt like it was burning due to the alcohol as his murderous intent was rampaging. All of them looked despicable to him, and he had the urge to kill them with his spear. However, since these people were not willing to make a move, Yang Kai didn't have a reason to flare up. Furthermore, his destination wasn't this place. The people separated to the sides as Yang Kai safely passed through the crowd. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew off that they breathed a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. One of them exclaimed, "High-rank powers." All the powers that guy showed were high rank. They couldn't detect anything before Yang Kai made a move, but once he did, they realized that both Yang Kai's water reflects the moon and dragon shield secret techniques were derived from high-rank powers, to say nothing of the fact that he had previously showcased Golden Crow casts the sun, which was a divine manifestation exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. "It's no wonder that he's so powerful," someone remarked. Since all the element powers he refined were high rank, it explained why he was so formidable. "What should we do now?" a woman asked, looking lost. Geng Qing told them to stop Yang Kai, but other than the tall man and the others from his group, the rest of them had never made a move. They couldn't explain themselves when they returned, so it was expected that they would be punished. However, if they never returned, there was nowhere else they could settle in the shadowless cave heaven. Faced with such a dilemma, they weren't sure what to do. After a brief discussion, they decided to go back to Profound Yang Mountain first and accept punishment. It was still better than wandering around the shadowless cave heaven. Geng Qing and Zhu Yue, while supporting Yun Feibai's weight, kept looking back. Upon realizing that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, they set their minds at ease, thinking that he had been intercepted. In the end, it seemed their subordinates were not really useless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4400, Killing a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. One day later, profound Yang Mountain came into their sight from a distance. Zhu Yue breathed a sigh of relief as she patted Yun Feibai's back and gently said, "Hang in there, second brother. We'll reach home soon." Yun Feibai nodded his head, his face still as pale as a white sheet. He had been trying to stop his wound from worsening while returning to the sect. However, Golden Crow's true fire was indeed incredible. The dark flame that was burning in his chest made him feel unbearable pain. All of a sudden, Geng Qing looked forward and sported a doubtful expression. "Who is that?" There was a figure standing like a dead tree on a mountain peak in front of them as he gazed silently at them. As their eyes met, the figure curled his lips into a scornful smile and pointed his spear towards them before yelling, "You're too slow. Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" The color drained from Zhu Yue's face. "It's him." Geng Qing was stunned. "Why is he here? How dare he get in front of us?" They had been moving at full speed, and even though Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of Space, he shouldn't have been ahead of them. Moreover, they had ordered several dozen subordinates to stop him. Had he broken through the defense of several dozen people on his own? Furthermore, this place was very near profound Yang Mountain. Once they got into a fight here, the head mountain lord would be able to lend them a hand within moments. When the four great mountain lords joined forces, no one in the shadowless cave heaven was a match for them. Therefore, how could Yang Kai have the guts to intercept them here? While Geng Qing was still lost in his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai coming at them with his spear as the latter bellowed, "Yun Feibai, suffer death." They were unable to describe how amazing the attack was, as it ignored the obstacles of space and seemed to shatter the world around it. Although it was an attack that was aimed at Yun Feibai, Zhu Yue and Geng Qing felt as though they had been targeted as well. The three mountain lords were dumbstruck. Zhu Yue immediately wielded her sword while Geng Qing used his most powerful divine abilities. Ignoring his own injury, Yun Feibai roared and summoned a scroll, on which the characters started moving and turned into beams of sword chi before they shot out. Hong hong hong, star. Explosive sounds were heard as halos of light filled the sky. The three mountain lords were forced backwards as their eyes trembled. "How is that possible?" Zhu Yue exclaimed. Although the three of them had joined forces, they were almost unable to parry the young man's strike. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so how was it possible that this young man was so much stronger than them? When the young man suddenly awakened and lashed out outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, she didn't directly confront him as she simply launched a long-range attack before dragging Yun Feibai away, so she hadn't been able to properly gauge his strength. It wasn't until they traded moves now that she realized how horrifying Yang Kai was. His world force was clearly far denser and more vigorous than hers. After the attack, Yang Kai didn't stop as he unleashed his supreme limitless spear art to the extreme. Like a waterfall, the spear shadows rained down and engulfed the three mountain lords, each shadow containing a terrifying world force within it. Certainly, Yun Feibai and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent as they were extremely on edge already. Although they had tried their best, they still found it difficult to parry the bombardment of attacks. Every strike was as violent as lightning, and the rich dragon pressure that filled the air around them was disrupting their focus. Previously, the Azure Dragon Spear was just a sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hands. However, since his ascension to the open heaven realm, he was able to bring out its true power. During his breakthrough, Yang Kai merged his small sealed world with his small universe. His small sealed world had a rich heritage to begin with, and he had further enhanced it with remnants of the blood monster cave heaven. As such, he managed to greatly enhance the background of his small universe, allowing him to fight against seasoned open heaven realm masters from the outset. However, without the Azure Dragon Spear, he couldn't possibly battle against three powerful masters on his own. After all, their thousands of years of accumulation were not just for show. The reason the proprietress was able to achieve that was that she had made use of the blood monster battle dress. In a battle between open heaven realm masters, the heritage of their small universes mattered the most. The barrage of attacks dazzled Yang Kai's opponents. Zhu Ya and Geng Qing were in a better state as they were still relatively uninjured. On the other hand, Yun Fei Bai was in a horrible state. He had been burned by Golden Crow's true fire to begin with, which caused his strength to plunge significantly, and presently, half of Yang Kai's attacks were targeted at him. If Geng Qing and Zhu Ya hadn't gone all out to protect him, he would have been killed by Yang Kai already. Despite that, he was still in a perilous situation. The young man kept targeting him, as though he was determined to end his life, which caused him to groan in pain. After barely more than 10 breaths of intense battle, the mountains around them had been completely destroyed. The air was filled with dust and debris, and the world itself seemed to have turned pale. The black Golden Crow's true fire burning on the tip of Azure Dragon's spear made the 3 mountain lords extremely wary. After what had happened to Yun Fei Bai, Geng Qing and Zhu Ya wouldn't dare to come into contact with Golden Crow's true fire, so their movements were rather restricted. The space around them seemed to have become viscous as well. It was apparent that the young man had used a space secret technique while attacking them. Who dares fight outside Profound Young Mountain? A stern voice was suddenly heard coming from Profound Young Mountain, then a gigantic figure that seemed able to cover the entire sky rose from the central peak. With a pair of grim-looking eyes, he stared at the people in battle. Yun Fei Bai, who was warding off Yang Kai's attacks with difficulty, yelled pitifully, "Big brother, save me." The giant eyes narrowed, and when the person realized what was going on, his expression turned furious as he bellowed, "How impudent, boy." After he finished speaking, the figure shrunk before a ray of light shot out of Profound Young Mountain. It was apparent that the head mountain lord, Maro Zhe, was trying to come to their rescue upon realizing what was happening. Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were elated. The 3 of them were unable to fend off Yang Kai's attacks. However, things would be different if Maro Zhe joined them. After all, they were fully aware of how powerful their big brother was. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai took a glance in the direction of Profound Young Mountain and snorted, then he swept his weapon across the air to force back Geng Qing and the others. Following that, his figure flickered and he appeared right in front of Yun Fei Bai, who was still spitting blood. A flustered Yun Fei Bai immediately tried to retreat. Yang Kai stared coldly at him and silently used near-distant horizon. At that instant, the space around them extended infinitely. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing as people's thoughts became jumbled. Yun Fei Bai was horrified to learn that he was unable to widen the gap with Yang Kai regardless of how hard he tried. He could only watch as Yang Kai came at him with his spear. Faced with this spear thrust, he felt the aura of death engulfing him. He roared as the scroll in his grip shone brightly and all the sword chi it could unleash condensed together and clashed with the Azure Dragon spear. Since Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were assisting their second brother from the side, they were also affected by the disturbance of near-distant horizon and time principles. Although they were able to break through it after just a moment, what came into their sight was the life and death clash between Yang Kai and Yun Fei Bai. "Boy, you dare!" The head mountain lord was heard roaring from a distance. An unfazed Yang Kai infused more power into his Azure Dragon spear and a deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky, causing the condensed sword chi to shatter. Following a whoosh, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Geng Qing and Zhu Ya became rooted to the spots as they looked dazedly forward. Head mountain lord Maro Zhe landed in front of them with a livid expression. Just 3,000 meters in front of them, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand as he remained in an aggressive posture. In front of him, Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes with fury as he froze in place. He was unable to move because the spear had pierced through his forehead and stuck out from the back of his head. The robust defense of a 6th-order open heaven realm master became as thin as paper when confronted with the Azure Dragon spear. The black Golden Crow's true fire was still burning on the tip of the spear and like a million snakes, expanded from Yun Fei Bai's forehead to the rest of his body. Time seemed to have stopped flowing at that moment. Yun Fei Bai's eyes darted around erratically. Although he was lethally injured, he didn't immediately lose his life, which went to show how potent the vitality of a 6th-order open heaven realm master was. However, his face kept twitching due to the excruciating pain. In front of him, Yang Kai's clothes were all ragged. There were countless wounds on his body that crisscrossed one another. Every wound was left with very pure sword chi, and the largest wound showed that he was almost cut in two through his chest. His entire figure was dyed gold due to his golden blood. The final desperate attack of a sixth-order open heaven realm master was no joke. If it weren't because Yang Kai had a sturdy defense as a half-dragon, he would have been cut into countless pieces. As Marozhe watched the sight silently, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior brother, if you have any demands, just name them. This monarch won't turn you down as long as he can fulfill it." He called Yang Kai boy before he arrived at this place, but upon seeing that Yun Fei Bai's life was in his hands, he politely called him junior brother. Yang Kai turned his head and flashed a smile at him. "Can I really make any demand?" Marozhe replied dispassionately, "As long as it doesn't cross the line, anything is acceptable. What if I want you to trade his life for yours? Can you do that?" A hint of fury flashed across Marozhe's eyes. "You're funny, junior brother. Please think it through. The person you're trying to kill is the second mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. If you kill him, you will be our enemy, and all of us will never let you off. However, if you release him, you'll be our most honored guest. Are you trying to threaten me?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Marozhe impassively replied, "I'm just speaking the truth. Why do you keep spouting nonsense? My only goal here is to kill." Yang Kai suddenly roared and gripped his spear, surging his world force into it. Yun Fei Bai widened his eyes, and before he could react, his head exploded. The headless corpse convulsed as blood spurted out from his neck before collapsing to the ground. Geng Qing and Zhu Yue were stunned. Their second brother was killed right in front of them. Although Marozhe had come to their aid, Yun Fei Bai's head still exploded and he died a horrible death. It had been thousands of years since they met, and it never crossed their minds that they would part ways for good on this day. At that instant, they still couldn't believe what had just happened. This place was just several hundred kilometers away from profound Yang Mountain. They were practically home. All of a sudden, they started to suspect that Yang Kai had deliberately decided to intercept them here. Otherwise, he could have chosen another, more convenient location. The only reason he would do this though was to lure the head mountain lord out of profound Yang Mountain. As they turned their heads, they saw Marozhe sporting a livid expression. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a dangerous glow as he ordered coldly, "Kill." Martial Peak, Chapter 4401, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Certainly, Marozhe couldn't tolerate the fact that the second mountain lord was killed right in front of him just outside of profound Yang Mountain. If he put up with this, he would lose all face. Therefore, right after Yun Fei Bai was killed, Marozhe immediately attacked Yang Kai. Zhu Yue and Geng Qing came to their senses, and as their eyes turned bloodshot, they clenched their teeth and charged towards their enemy from both sides. Yang Kai guffawed, "Good. Let's fight." Without backing down, he lifted his spear and dashed towards the three of them. In an instant, a series of clanging sounds were heard as they fell into a fierce melee. All of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm, and as their world forces collided, the entire shadowless cave heaven fell into turmoil. People from profound Yang Mountain looked in the direction of the battle with horrified expressions. As the four figures flew around in the air, the lights of their divine abilities blossomed. It was as though both parties were determined to completely destroy the other. However, Yang Kai seemed to be on the losing side. Previously, the reason he was able to fight against three people on his own was that Yun Fei Bai and the others were restricted in their movements. Yun Fei Bai was severely wounded to begin with, and in order to protect him, Zhu Yue and Geng Qing were not able to fully use their powers. Nevertheless, things were different now. Without Yun Fei Bai burdening them, Zhu Yue and Geng Qing had no more constraints and were able to fully utilize their powers. Furthermore, the head mountain lord was significantly stronger than the wounded Yun Fei Bai. As soon as they traded moves, Yang Kai could feel that even though he had merged his small sealed world with his small universe, the richness of his world force was still not comparable to that of the head mountain lord. He indeed lived up to the expectations of a person who was just one step away from the seventh-order open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had no intention of retreating. As a master of the Tao of space, his mobility was vastly superior to others in the same realm. At that moment, the three mountain lords didn't have a way to lock down Yang Kai, so although they could hurt him from time to time, it didn't matter to him given his physical strength and restorative power. The head mountain lord bellowed, "Stop jumping around like a monkey. How disgraceful." Yang Kai ignored him as he swept, stabbed, and slashed with his azure dragon spear. Spear shadows fell on them like rain, and every attack carried a horrifying force. Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were terrified as they didn't dare to directly meet these attacks. After half a day of intense battle, Marozhe suddenly furrowed his brow. That was because he realized that as time passed, the young man's strength was steadily increasing. Compared to half a day ago, this young man was significantly stronger. Initially, this young man could only jump around to dodge their attacks, but now, he was able to counterattack while defending himself. This kind of tendency became increasingly conspicuous. Marozhe couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, the reason Yang Kai managed to make it to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was that he had consumed a world fruit. However, be it the Fifth Order or the Sixth Order, he had only just broken through, so he didn't have enough time to solidify his cultivation. He entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven right after he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, and while the battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai had slightly stabilized his cultivation, it wasn't complete. Then, he cultivated in seclusion to refine a world fruit and ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He hadn't even solidified his Fifth Order cultivation when he rose to the Sixth Order, so his cultivation was pretty unstable. Nevertheless, the intense battle Yang Kai was presently engaged in was perfect for strengthening his foundation and consolidating his cultivation. This kind of fight was much more effective than simply cultivating in seclusion. It could be said that as time passed, the power he was able to showcase would intensify until he reached his current limit. That was the reason Marozhe had this strange feeling. The four figures darted around. One moment they were in the sky, and the next moment they were on the ground. Then the same process repeated. Wherever they went, the ground cracked and the sky trembled as their world forces continuously clashed with one another. Zhu Ya's eyes trembled as the figure who was flickering around the three of them shocked her. All of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but why was this young man so ridiculously strong? She initially thought that since the head mountain lord had joined them, there was no way this young man could resist. To her surprise, it turned out to be a difficult battle. There were probably over 100 wounds on the young man's figure, and some of his bones must have cracked. Nevertheless, instead of growing weaker, he only became stronger with each passing breath. She also realized that it was getting harder for her to parry his attacks. All of a sudden, Marozhe narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Are you using us in this battle to adapt to your new strength?" After a long fight, he finally figured out that the young man must have just ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so he wasn't familiar with his own power yet. That was the reason the young man became stronger as the battle dragged on. Upon that realization, he roared in indignation, "Brat, how dare you!" He was just one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so he was practically unmatched in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. If it weren't because the young man was proficient in the Tao of space, Marozhe was confident he could easily defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, it was never easy dealing with a master of the Tao of space, as it was simply impossible to corner one. This was what made the young man before him so arrogant. After realizing the young man's intention, it was expected that Marozhe was infuriated. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, "You're touted to be the strongest cultivator in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, but this is all you've got." After he finished speaking, he retracted all the spear shadows and fell silent with a solemn expression. Then, he yelled, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Following that, a bird was heard cawing while a great sun rose from his back. Geng Qing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Watch out, big brother. This brat possesses a divine manifestation." "What?" An astounded Marozhe looked up, and when he saw the magnificent great sun, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. It was indeed a divine manifestation. A Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master was able to cast a divine manifestation. Marozhe couldn't believe what he was seeing. While Marozhe fell into a dazed state, Yang Kai had integrated himself with the great sun and charged towards the head mountain lord. Marozha immediately retreated. Although he was very close to the seventh order open heaven realm, he wouldn't dare to directly meet a divine manifestation. After all, this was something only high-rank open heaven realm masters were able to use. However, his efforts were futile. He was instantly engulfed in space principles as near-distant horizon infinitely extended the space around him. Water reflects the moon, Yang Kai roared. A full moon appeared out of thin air as it cast its icy glow across the land, causing a chill to shoot up everyone's spine. The sun and the moon appearing together was a miraculous sight. The three mountain lords stared dazedly at the sky where the dazzling great sun and the ice-cold moon rose and set in a seemingly endless cycle. The immense power coming from the swirling cycle seemed to engulf the entire universe. Everything in this world seemed to have been covered by this gyroscope formed from the sun and the moon. As the cycle spun, those present at the scene felt as though they were traveling across time. Coupled with the space principles that Yang Kai continuously surged, it formed into an extremely profound space-time warping effect. It was an entirely new power that Yang Kai had yet to use. A force that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth came over the three mountain lords, and they immediately surged their world forces to try to defend themselves. Following a deafening boom, a huge halo of light erupted. It was as though the entire world had shattered at that instant. The energies of the spinning sun and the moon exploded and sent shockwaves out across the entire shadowless cave heaven. The forces of scorching heat and bone-piercing cold clashed and formed into an immense destructive power. Everything at the center of the explosion was seemingly wiped from existence. A moment later, a figure, whose clothes were ragged, shot out of the light with a horrified expression. He was none other than the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. As expected of a man just one step away from the seventh order open heaven realm, he was still able to escape alive despite facing such an attack. Nevertheless, his pale face and the blood at the corner of his lips clearly indicated that he was wounded. Presently, he was holding Geng Qing in one hand and Zhu Ya in the other. Compared to him, Geng Qing and Zhu Ya were more severely wounded and had passed out. Moreover, their bodies looked like they were being corroded by a strange power that continuously ate away at their vitality. This odd strength was profound and unpredictable, alternating between hot and cold, turning their skin from red to blue randomly. The condition they were in was extremely strange. Still reeling from shock, Marozha took a look in Yang Kai's direction, only to see that the young man had fallen into a dazed state. With the spear in his hand still outstretched, Yang Kai seemed to be lost in his own thoughts while a mysterious light that contained some profound secret swirled around him. Marozha was dumbfounded as he realized that the young man had comprehended something about his grand Tao during this life-and-death battle. If he interrupted Yang Kai now, the latter would surely suffer an immense loss. However, Marozha was too terrified of the attack just now and didn't have the courage to create trouble for Yang Kai. With Geng Qing and Zhu Ya in his hands, he shot towards profound Yang Mountain and activated its grand array as soon as he was inside. In the center of the battlefield, the chaotic force slowly subsided. Yang Kai stood there silently as he comprehended the explosion of power just now. The Tao of space was the foundation on which he built his Tao seal, and it could be said that his mastery over the Tao of space was unrivaled. Nevertheless, when it came to the Tao of time, he had always been an amateur. After ascending to the open heaven realm, he had his own small universe in his body. There were the manifestations of golden crow casts the sun and water reflects the moon in his small universe. The rising and falling of these celestial entities granted him a deeper understanding of the Tao of time. Both the Tao of space and Tao of time were extremely esoteric and abstruse grand Taos. The average person would be extremely fortunate to comprehend even the slightest bit of either of them, let alone master both. It was only thanks to some rare opportunities that Yang Kai managed to achieve this. In fact, he had never thought about merging these two grand Taos into one. It wasn't until he engaged in a life-and-death battle with the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain that he gave it a try on a whim. Yang Kai never imagined the results would be so shocking. Space principles and time principles had perfectly blended together through the integration of the golden crow casts the sun, water reflects the moon, and near-distant horizon, forming a brand new divine ability. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Let's call it Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel wasn't complete yet, and had plenty of room for improvement. Nevertheless, this divine ability contained an entirely new power, something akin to space-time strength that combined both space principles and time principles. However, it wasn't the right time to think about this. Yang Kai raised his gaze and looked at Profound Yang Mountain. The three mountain lords had returned to Profound Yang Mountain, and presently, the Grand Array was activated in full defensive mode. Many people were seen moving around as they got ready to face a formidable enemy. Yang Kai snorted and placed his azure dragon spear over his shoulder before striding towards Profound Yang Mountain. With a grin, he called out, "Do you think you're safe hiding behind this thin wall? Since you dared harm my proprietress, I'll destroy your entire sect today." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4402, Lifting a Mountain. Seeing that Yang Kai was coming over, Marozha, who was standing on a peak of Profound Yang Mountain, bellowed, "Don't go too far, boy." He had returned to his home territory and activated the Grand Array, but Yang Kai still pursued them as though he was determined to destroy them, which infuriated him. Prior to this day, Marozha had never expected that someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would be able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in a 3-on-1 fight in his favor. He had joined forces with Geng Qing and Zhu Yue earlier, but after the battle, the two of them became injured and passed out while he was scared out of his wits. Where does this brat come from? 1 month ago, second brother said he was just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. Since he was in a rush earlier, Marozha didn't have the chance to ask about what had happened. There was no way a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master could break through to the Sixth Order in just 1 month and showcase such horrifying power. If Marozha knew that the other party was so formidable, he would have been more polite. However, now, those from Profound Yang Mountain had fallen out with him, and even the second mountain lord was killed. It had turned into a blood feud that could never be resolved. In just a moment, Yang Kai arrived at Profound Yang Mountain and saw a thick light barrier surrounding it. Thrusting his spear into the light barrier caused a dent to form, but it soon recovered. After probing it lightly, Yang Kai nodded. Although the Grand Array here wasn't as profound as his own 9 heavenly layers, it was still quite extraordinary. After all, Profound Yang Mountain had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years. Their heritage, which had been accumulated over the years, couldn't be underestimated. Nevertheless, since Yang Kai had arrived at this place, he would not back down easily. Then, he looked up at Marozha, who was staring coldly at him atop the main peak, and grinned. The smile was so eerie that Marozha felt his chest tightening. "What is that brat trying to do?" Marozha muttered with a frown. Before he could figure it out, he heard the young man yelling, "Dragon! Transformation!" A deafening dragon roar was heard, then a gigantic golden dragon head manifested behind Yang Kai's back before disappearing into his body. Following that, a series of cracking sounds were heard. As the sounds rang out, the gazes of those on Profound Yang Mountain slowly lifted and filled with horror. They were rooted to the spot as they witnessed the small figure of a man rapidly transform into an enormous monster. The creature was covered in dragon scales and his hands had turned into razor-sharp dragon claws. The dragon tail behind him swung heavily, and the dragon horns on his forehead looked as though they were made from pure gold. His whiskers flapped in the air, and as he breathed, the entire world seemed to pale. If this 4,000-meter-long creature wasn't intimidating enough, the colossal spear in his claws was capable of freezing everyone's heart. Yang Kai's azure dragon spear was now a 4,000 meters long weapon, matching his own length as it gleamed with a terrifying glow. As rich dragon pressure permeated the air, those on Profound Yang Mountain found it hard to breathe even though they had the protection of the Grand Array. "Dragon Clan!" Marozha exclaimed as his pupils contracted to the size of needles. "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head as the scorching breath he puffed out seemed able to burn a hole in space. As he raised his gigantic spear, he roared in a thunderous voice, "Taste my spear." He bluntly pushed his spear forward, whereupon a gale brought up all the sand and stones around him. The cultivators on Profound Yang Mountain screamed, panicked, and ran about randomly. Not daring to be negligent, Marozha quickly fished out the array jade and focused the grand array's power to defend against this strike. The long spear fell heavily on the grand array's light barrier like it was a giant tree. Following a loud boom, a deep indent was formed on the light barrier as its glow flickered wildly. Yang Kai roared and exerted more force with his hands, but he was still unable to penetrate the grand array. The horrifying shockwave coming through the grand array shook the entire profound young mountain, causing many cultivators to fall to the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even started bleeding, looking quite battered. A moment later, the light barrier bounced back, pushing Yang Kai away as he was forced backwards several hundred meters. As he arched his brow, Yang Kai praised, "Truly incredible. The heritage accumulated for over thousands of years by profound Young Mountain was indeed extraordinary. The grand array was so sturdy that Yang Kai wasn't able to break it with one strike." A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he stepped forward in an imposing manner. Marozha widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Junior brother, please stop. We can talk this out." Yang Kai cackled wildly, "There's nothing to talk about between us." Then, he heavily struck the light barrier once more. Following that, some people were heard grunting. In one of the array nodes, 3 mid-rank open heaven realm masters, who assisted Marozha in maintaining the grand array, sprayed out mouthfuls of blood as their auras withered. It was apparent that they were injured by the horrifying force coming through the barrier. Marozha looked at them and felt his chest tightening. Then, he turned to gaze at Yang Kai, and upon seeing that the latter was preparing to strike again, he said through gritted teeth, "Junior brother, the shadowless cave heaven is only this big. Don't go too far lest we meet again in the future as enemies." Yang Kai snorted and roared, "Why must I worry about the future? Today I will destroy profound Young Mountain and sacrifice all of you to my spear. We won't ever see each other again." Marozha was so exasperated that he almost spat blood, but there was nothing he could say to refute him. Following a series of strikes, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, who assisted in running the Grand Array in its several array nodes, all became injured as their auras dimmed. Some of them had even passed out already. A resentful Marozha had the urge to go out and fight Yang Kai to the death, but he didn't have the guts to do so seeing as the other party was so imposing. They were defeated earlier even though the 3 mountain lords had joined forces. Now that Geng Qing and Zhu Yue had passed out and he himself was injured, there was no way he could be a match for Yang Kai on his own. Marozha let out a sigh, then performed different hand seals to mobilize the grand array's power. Now, he could only sacrifice some of the outer peaks by shrinking the protection range of the grand array. Only by doing so would he stand a chance to ward off the other party's horrifying attacks. Following a strike, the light barrier broke apart as Yang Kai continued pushing his spear forward and jabbed into a peak, which caused it to shake and almost collapse. Yang Kai took a glance with his cold-looking eyes and realized that some of the peaks were no longer in the protection range of the grand array. Only a small area in the center was still protected by the light barrier. Upon seeing that, he knew that Marozha must have given up on the outer peaks to protect the center. By doing so, not only would Marozha consume less energy, but he could also focus the grand array's power to better fend off Yang Kai's attacks. Yang Kai snorted, and then his dragon pressure permeated the air as though it had materialized, which caused the surrounding space to become extremely heavy. On the peaks that were completely exposed, the cultivators from profound Young Mountain shivered like quails without a home in the winter. All of their eyes were filled with horror as they watched the behemoth approach them. Yang Kai directly swept his spear across one of the peaks. As the cultivators shrieked, a terrifying world force surged and broke the peak into halves. Stones rolled down what was left of the mountain as the peak crumbled, plunging its inhabitants into turmoil. Standing in the center of the grand array, Marozha widened his eyes with fury. Profound Young Mountain was the foundation he had built in the shadowless cave heaven. It was also one of the safest places in the shadowless cave heaven from the astral wind. If this place was destroyed, Profound Young Mountain would cease to exist. Without this shelter, no one would stay there and obey his orders. Hong Long Long, star. More peaks collapsed. Yang Kai's arrival was no different from a doomsday for them. He kept on destroying the peaks with a power that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. The The peaks that were exposed outside of the grand array were soon turned into ruins. Just when Yang Kai was about to sweep his spear across the last peak, he stopped as his gaze fell upon a certain figure. She was a woman who was standing still and silently gaping at him. Instead of feeling terrified about her imminent death though, she looked as though she was about to be liberated. It's her. At first glance, Yang Kai could recognize that she was the one who had secretly looked for him and gave him the directions that led to the proprietress' whereabouts. At that time, he speculated that she must have been forced to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything for reasons that were beyond her control. That was the reason she secretly gave Yang Kai a hand. It was thanks to the directions in the jade slip that he was able to find the proprietress and the others. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai moved towards the peak and thrust his spear into the ground before his giant figure turned blurry and disappeared beneath the mountain. The people inside the grand array gazed at Yang Kai as they had no idea what he was up to now. All of a sudden, the mountain started trembling, as though an immense force was coming from beneath it. Marozha narrowed his eyes as he thought of a possibility. The next moment, as all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, the mountain slowly rose into the air. Beneath the mountain was a gigantic creature whose nostrils puffed out a scorching breath as he hoisted the mountain on his hunched back. Following a great roar, the figure straightened up. All of them couldn't believe their eyes while Marozha's pupils contracted. This man actually lifted a mountain. What kind of horrifying power was required to do that? Although mid-rank open heaven realm masters could easily showcase immense power, they had to use the world force in their small universes to achieve that. Rarely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds was able to literally lift a mountain like this one using solely physical strength. At the very least, it was the first time Marozha saw someone capable of this. Following that, Yang Kai shook the mountain and roared, "All Yuants crawling on this mountain, scram!" The cultivators on the mountain started falling and crashed to the ground. The quiet woman, who was originally standing on the peak, happened to fall down in front of Yang Kai, who gently then let out a breath and sent her over 100 kilometers away before she lightly landed on the ground. Hong, star. Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of profound Yang Mountain. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Hong, star. His movements were initially slow, as every step he took would leave a huge mark on the ground. However, after several steps, he started running in light steps as his figure bent forward a little. Inside the grand array, Marozha had his expression change drastically as he bellowed, "Activate the grand array's full might now." Martial Peak, Chapter 4403, No More Profound Yang Mountain. As soon as Marozha gave this order, he heard Yang Kai roaring as the latter hurled the mountain, which was on his back, at the grand array. The expansive shadow blocked the light out of everyone's sight. Those from profound Yang Mountain immediately focused the grand array's power to defend. A loud boom rang out as the mountain crashed into the grand array and formed a huge dent on it. The light barrier kept flickering as though it would shatter at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai brought down his spear on the grand array and worsened the dent in the light barrier. Marozha roared, "Do you really want to kill us all, brat? Do you think this monarch is afraid of you?" Yang Kai had crossed his bottom line by appearing determined to wipe out profound Yang Mountain. "Come then." Yang Kai pushed out his spear, "Fight with me if you have the gall." Marozha was so infuriated that he looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. Hong, star. As the ground shook, the light barrier appeared dimmer than before. The horrifying force coming through the air caused the cultivators on profound Yang Mountain to turn pale and stagger. Spear shadows poured down on the grand array like rain and caused it to flicker even more wildly. Marozha was terrified to learn that even though he had shrunk the protection range to consolidate the spirit array's power, it was still nearly impossible to fend off the other party's violent attacks. Under such a bombardment, it would only take half an hour before the grand array of profound Yang Mountain was destroyed. Marozha reckoned that he had to make a move now. It would be too late by the time the grand array was shattered. Having made up his mind, he said through clenched teeth, "Come with me and kill this brat. Whoever can behead him, this monarch will promote to the position of 5th Mountain Lord of profound Yang Mountain." Upon finishing his words, he flung away the array jade and charged out towards Yang Kai. Many cultivators followed him closely. Although they were wary of Yang Kai's strength, they were tempted by Marozhe's promise. Since Marozhe had made such a declaration in public, he wouldn't go back on his word. If one of them was lucky enough to kill this gigantic monster, that person would really become the fifth mountain lord. As they flew into the air, those from Profound Yang Mountain were totally united at this moment. Before they even arrived, the lights of their secret techniques and artifacts started blossoming. All the attacks contained the world forces of these open heaven realm masters as they bombarded Yang Kai. Ignoring this barrage, Yang Kai swept his several thousand meters long spear through the air, seemingly cutting space in half. As he aimed at the area with most people, he yelled, "How dare mere ants act so impudent in front of this king?" The spear's might was overwhelming. The clever ones had quickly dodged it while the sluggish ones got struck in mid-air and directly exploded into blood mist, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Following the attack, those from Profound Yang Mountain started backing down. As they looked at the blood rain pouring down from the sky, they were no longer as hot-headed as before. Hong hong hong, star. The wave of secret techniques and artifact attacks peppered Yang Kai, causing him to stagger backwards. Although a 4,000-meter-long dragon was intimidating, being so large made it nearly impossible for Yang Kai to dodge incoming attacks. All of those attacks were powerful secret techniques sent out by Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, other than the divine abilities of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that could slightly harm him, the rest of these attacks were essentially negated by Yang Kai's dragon scales. Even the attacks from Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't damage his foundation as they were only capable of leaving some small flesh wounds. It was a well-known fact that dragons had superb defense. Yang Kai stepped forward while kicking the peaks in front of him, sweeping his spear across the mountains below. At that instant, there wasn't even a single person in a radius of several kilometers around him. Wherever he went, the cultivators from Profound Yang Mountain would immediately flee. Marozhe was infuriated as he attempted to boost morale once more, but his efforts yielded no results. Yang Kai turned his head and extended his claw towards him as he said with a grin, "There will be no more Profound Yang Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onward." As space principles undulated, the claw ignored space and distance and directly grasped Marozhe. Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand and a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from his palm. Nevertheless, the next moment, an immense force exploded inside his fist. Then, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain as a bloody hole was formed on the back of his hand, out of which a ray of light shot. It was Marozhe, who was formerly grasped in his claw. As his dragon blood dripped onto the ground, Yang Kai looked down and saw a huge hole in his claw, one through which he could see the ground below. However, it didn't bother him one bit as he swung his hand and roared in a thunderous voice, "Good. You indeed live up to your reputation as the strongest master in the shadowless cave heaven." It was impossible for an average master to break through Yang Kai's flesh, but Marozhe had easily done just that. Otherwise, he couldn't have gotten rid of his restriction. As Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest started bulging as it was filled with air. Right after Marozhe got out of the death grip, he shot towards Yang Kai. As his world force surged, he rapidly formed a set of hand seals and sent out a powerful divine ability towards him. However, when he saw Yang Kai's posture, Marozhe felt his chest tightening. Sensing an impending crisis, he immediately dodged. Fire dragons. Flaming breath. As Yang Kai roared, he spat out a jet of black flames. As the scorching fire shot from his mouth, it burned down the sky and ground without distinction. As Golden Crow's true fire permeated the area, Marozhe's divine ability was vaporized. In an instant, the remaining spirit peaks of Profound Yang Mountain were engulfed in Golden Crow's true fire. Under the scorching heat, the peaks started melting into lava. Yang Kai swung his head around as the fire coming from his mouth swept out. Many of the cultivators, who were unable to dodge it, were burned and fell from the sky shrieking. Marozhe immediately retreated and narrowly escaped from the Golden Crow's true fire. He hadn't forgotten about the unconscious Geng Qing and Zhu Ya as he held them in his hands. It took Yang Kai a moment before he stopped spitting fire as his chest shrank back down to normal size. With a scornful gaze, He looked up at Marozha, who was floating in midair. Marozha felt his heart sinking as he watched the dark flame burning through the mountains. He knew that after this battle, Profound Young Mountain would be completely destroyed. Just like what Young Kai had said, there would be no Profound Young Mountain in the shadowless cave heaven from today onwards. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what kind of monster his second brother had offended. Not only was his second brother killed, but Profound Young Mountain was also destroyed alongside him. Young Kai lifted his spear and pointed at Marozha. His message was clear. Come fight with me. Marozha looked down at him, then took a glance at the unconscious Gengqing and Zhu Ya. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, "This monarch shall never forget what has happened here today, and will one day settle accounts with you." Following that, his figure started fading. Young Kai bellowed, "Do you think you can run away?" He thrust out his spear and penetrated Marozha's figure, but he felt like he had struck nothing but air. Marozha remained looking dispassionately at Young Kai as his figure shattered and vanished into thin air. Young Kai immediately released his divine sense and frowned, for he was unable to locate Marozha, as though the latter had disappeared from this world. He shook his head and remarked, "How strange." In fact, he was fully aware that as a seasoned Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Marozha must have some trump cards that could save his life. If he was determined to flee, Young Kai wouldn't be able to stop him despite being a master of the Tao of Space. With that said, Young Kai had achieved his goal through this battle. He managed to kill Unfei while the latter was fleeing and even destroyed Profound Young Mountain. It could be said that he had gotten revenge on the proprietress' behalf. The figures around him gaped at him in horror. They were the surviving survivors of Profound Young Mountain. Since the head mountain lord had fled, they were now at a crossroads. Certainly, they wouldn't have the guts to go against Young Kai. Even the head mountain lord was defeated, so how were they supposed to be a match for him? However, where else could they go? Profound Young Mountain was where their foundation was. Presently, the dark golden crow's true fire was still burning through everything, so they didn't know what to do even though they wanted to put out the flames. When Young Kai shot a cold glance at them, they became horrified and subconsciously stepped backwards, worrying that this guy might slaughter them to the last. Fortunately, Young Kai only snorted as his humongous figure shrunk and returned to his human form. With his spear resting on his shoulder, he shook his head and declared, "He fled just because he can't beat me. What a useless guy." Then, he leapt into the air and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't until Young Kai's aura was completely out of their perception range that these surviving cultivators from Profound Young Mountain let out a sigh of relief, as though they had just escaped from death's door. As they exchanged glances, they had no idea what to do now. Meanwhile, Young Kai landed on a spot that was 100 kilometers away. With Azure Dragon's spear over his shoulder, he squatted on a certain hill. There was a woman standing silently nearby. Noticing the movements, she looked up and met with Young Kai's eyes, whereupon she subconsciously took a few steps back. As she pressed her lips together, she saluted Young Kai in an elegant manner. "Yunfei Bai is dead," Young Kai said. The woman never responded to him, as though she was born mute. "Many thanks for your directions some time ago," Young Kai said and got up. Then, he swung his spear and jabbed it into the ground. "If it weren't for you, I couldn't have easily found my proprietress." "That was the least I could do," the woman replied gently. "Where do you want to go?" Young Kai asked as he looked in Profound Young Mountain's direction. "That place is destroyed, so can't go back anymore." The woman seemed lost. After giving it a thought, she shook her head. "I'm not going back, and I don't know where I can go." Young Kai suggested by saying, "There's astral wind in the shadowless cave heaven, so if you don't look for a safe place, your small universe will collapse one day, costing you your life. Since Profound Young Mountain is gone for good, you can either go to Unrivaled Guild or Twin Spirit Island. I'd suggest that you go to Twin Spirit Island because I'll be staying there for the time being. If you go there, just tell them my name." "Right, my name is Young Kai." Then, he leapt into the air and headed straight to Twin Spirit Island. The woman remained on the spot for a while before she saluted in the direction Young Kai had left, then she turned around and headed in a different direction. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4404, That Yang Kai is Back. It took Yang Kai one day to return to Twin Spirit Island, but before he even landed, the fog faltered and revealed a passageway as a figure came forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior Yang. The person was the Open Heaven Realm Master who greeted the proprietress previously. He must be stationed here following the Island Master's order. He had also seen Yang Kai showcasing his might just outside of Twin Spirit Island some time ago, so he admired the young man's power greatly. In response, Yang Kai nodded. The man continued, "The Island Masters have said that you can enter as soon as you return. The Island Masters are truly thoughtful." Not long after Yang Kai stepped into the fog, he turned around and asked, "Where's my proprietress?" The person replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Senior. Madame Lan is recuperating in a secret room, so she should be fine. After you enter the island, someone will lead you to her current residence." Yang Kai nodded and shuffled inside. Upon entering Twin Spirit Island, he immediately caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. The island was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day, which was a stark contrast to the desolateness of the outside world. An innocent-looking woman was awaiting Yang Kai. Upon seeing him, she saluted him and led him to the proprietress room. A while later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks in the deepest part of a bamboo forest on Twin Spirit Island. There were some simple-looking bamboo huts here and the place was pretty serene, so it was indeed suitable for recuperation. Chef and accountant were seated with their legs crossed just outside one of the bamboo huts. Upon hearing the noise, they opened their eyes and looked up. When they realized that it was Yang Kai, they became elated and got to their feet. Yang Kai waved his hand to motion for the woman to leave, then he shuffled forward and took a glance at the bamboo hut that was covered in a barrier before asking in a small voice, "How is proprietress?" Both of them shook their heads. Chef said, "She started recuperating in seclusion right after she came here. We don't know how she's doing." Accountant shot a glance at Yang Kai with his usual hollow-looking eyes. "Are you injured?" Certainly, Yang Kai couldn't be completely unharmed after a battle with profound Yang Mountain. Besides the fact that the back of his hand was burst through by Marozha, he was also struck by the divine abilities and secret techniques of many Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, since he had a sturdy physique, these injuries didn't matter to him. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. What was that strange artifact armor she wore? Although the armor was powerful, it had some serious drawbacks. The proprietress couldn't even recognize Yang Kai and had attacked him as a result of the wild monster chi the armor gave off. If he hadn't used the soul-warming lotus at the most critical moment to restore clarity to her mind, she wouldn't have easily come to her senses. After a sigh, Chef replied, "We don't know what it is, but proprietress calls it the blood monster battle dress. We have no idea where she obtained it, nor had we seen her use it prior to that battle. It was a first for us too." Yang Kai frowned. "That's a terrible thing. She shouldn't ever use it again." Chef replied, "You can try convincing her when she comes out. Let's see if she'll listen to you." Then, he thought of something and gazed at him doubtfully. "By the way, how did you go from the 5th order to the 6th order in just 1 month? Moreover, hadn't you just ascended to the 5th order?" Accountant gazed at him with suspicion as well. When Yang Kai previously showcased his 6th order Open Heaven Realm might, even Chef and accountant were flabbergasted, not to mention Unfei Bai and the others. They thought that they were mistaken, but Yang Kai had indeed defeated Unfei Bai and the other mountain lords, a feat only possible due to him being in the 6th order. Upon inspection now, they could confirm that Yang Kai's aura was really that of a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think there was a need to hide anything from them, so after giving it a thought, he asked, "Have you ever heard of world fruits?" In one of the palaces on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong clenched a communication bead in his hand as a myriad of expressions came over him. When Shu Mu Dan saw that, she asked in puzzlement, "What happened, husband?" Hua Yong replied, "Yang Kai is back." Shu Mu Dan asked with a smile, "So what if he's back? Why do you look so apprehensive?" Hua Yong explained, he had said that he was going to Profound Yang Mountain, but now he's back barely a few days later. "So, did he actually go to Profound Yang Mountain?" Shu Mu Dan said, Whether he went to Profound Young Mountain or not has nothing to do with us, does it? Hua Yong burst into laughter. My wife. People always say that a woman will become foolish when she's pregnant, but I didn't believe it. However, when I see you now, I think there's some truth to the saying. Shu Mu Dan glared at him in a charming manner. Hua Yong coughed and went on to say, he previously vowed that he was going to Profound Young Mountain, but it is the most powerful great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and head mountain Lord Marozha is just one step away from the 7th Order open heaven realm. Furthermore, Marozha has a lot of formidable subordinates working for him. If Yang Kai really went over there, how could he have come back safely? He didn't go there, then, Shu Mu Dan remarked. Hua Yong fell silent. If Yang Kai had really gone to Profound Young Mountain and then returned safely, his power would be horrifying. Shu Mu Dan suggested by saying, you can just send someone to Profound Young Mountain to find out what happened. It'll only take a few days to make a round trip. Upon hearing that, Hua Yong nodded. You're right, my wife. Shu Mu Dan glowered at him. Who is the foolish one here? It's me. It's me. Hua Yong put on a fawning smile, then he ordered one of his subordinates to head to Profound Young Mountain to investigate whether there were any traces of recent battle. If Yang Kai really went to Profound Young Mountain, he would have engaged in a fight with Marozha, so there must be some traces left. After putting away the communication bead, he said, my wife, please follow me to meet Yang Kai. Regardless of whether he went to Profound Young Mountain or not, the power he showcased is more than enough for us to be wary. Since there's also Lan Yu Ruo, I'm worried that Twin Spirit Island will not be the same again. Upon finishing his words, he let out a sigh, for he wasn't sure whether this kind of change was a blessing or a curse. Both Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo were in the 6th Order open heaven realm. If they joined Twin Spirit Island, they would definitely become the 3rd and the 4th Island Masters, which would strengthen their collective power. By then, those from Twin Spirit Island wouldn't have to be afraid of Profound Young Mountain and Unrivaled Guild anymore. However, if Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo weren't willing to live under the rules of others and insisted on becoming the head and the 2nd Island Masters, the couple would have no choice but to give in to their demands. The couple had been married for a long time, so Shu Mu Dan immediately knew what was on her husband's mind when she saw him sigh. Then, she draped her arm around his and comforted him by saying, you don't have to worry about it, husband. We've had some contact with Madame Lan, and it's obvious that she's a reasonable woman. I believe that even if she joins us, she won't make any rude demands. Hua Yong still said worriedly, I hope so. Outside the bamboo forest, Chef asked in disbelief, you consumed a mid-rank world fruit. It's a precious item that can make a mid-rank open heaven realm master directly ascend to the next order. It's rumored that a high-rank world fruit can even allow a high-rank open heaven realm master directly reach the next order. Accountant lamented, it's no wonder that you can make it to the 6th order in 1 month. You were previously unconscious, so I guess you were refining the medicinal efficacies of the mid-rank world fruit instead of recuperating. Am I right? Yang Kai nodded. Chef's eyes seemed to be glowing as he rubbed his palms together and put on a fawning smile. Do you have more mid-rank world fruits? Nope. Yang Kai spread his palms. I only obtained 3 mid-rank world fruits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yu He and Lu Shui respectively had one, then I consumed the last one. The smile on Chef's face froze as he landed a slap on his thigh in exasperation. How wasteful. Lu Shui was just a 4th Order open heaven realm master. Why did you let her have it? Yang Kai explained, we were faced with a formidable enemy at that time. If she hadn't broken through, I would have been killed. I had no other choice. Chef widened his eyes as he appeared to be heartbroken. After giving it a thought, Accountant said, no wonder he was able to reach the 6th Order so soon. It's because she had consumed a world fruit. Some people are coming. The 3 of them immediately stopped talking and looked outside the bamboo forest. A moment later, 2 figures came into their sights. They were the island masters of Twin Spirit Island. The trio hurriedly greeted the couple. Hua Yong came over with a smile and cupped his fists. You're back, little brother Yang. I just returned. Yang Kai saluted him. I was worried about my proprietress, so I rushed over to check on her instead of visiting you two. Please pardon my lack of etiquette. Hua Yong said with a smile. What are you talking about, little brother? Madame Lan is injured, so it's only natural for you to be worried about her. I don't mind this kind of formality. In fact, I'm truly honored that all of you are my guests on Twin Spirit Island. After a small talk, all of them took a seat. Hua Yong asked, Did you just come back from Profound Young Mountain, little brother? Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Hua Yong's brow twitched, but he still asked nonchalantly, How was it? After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied with a solemn expression, Marozhe was truly strong, so it wasn't easy to deal with him. A glint flashed through Hua Yong's eyes as he said with a smile, Marozhe has been in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for a long time. If it weren't because resources in the Shadowless Cave Heaven were so scarce, he would have ascended to the Seventh Order by now. When my wife and I arrived at the Shadowless Cave Heaven back then, we exchanged pointers with him and realized that he was truly formidable. Many years have passed, so his strength must have only increased. Yang Kai nodded. The Open Heaven realm really requires much accumulation over a long period of time. Then, he turned to look at Shu Mu Dan's belly and put on a smile. It seems that you'll soon give birth to your child, madam. Shu Mu Dan gently stroked her belly and replied with a smile, It's still too early. Perhaps it'll take me another year or two. Huh. Yang Kai was shocked. I thought that pregnancy only lasts for 10 months. The size of her belly suggested that she would soon give birth, so why would it take her a year or two? Shu Mu Dan explained smilingly, That is only the case for commoners or weaker cultivators, junior brother Yang. Given my cultivation, it isn't so easy for me to bear a child. In order to give my child the best possible future, I have to build a solid foundation in my belly for the child. Therefore, pregnancy lasts much longer. Hua Yong said with a smile, This child has been in her stomach for over 3 years already. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai, chef, and accountant were dumbfounded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4405, A shocked Hua Yong. Although Yang Kai and the others were powerful mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they had never come across a pregnant Open Heaven Realm Master prior to this, so it was expected that they knew nothing about it. As they gazed at Shu Mu Dan's bulging belly, they tutted in amazement. After a bit of a chat, Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan left. Before that, Yang Kai and the others were told that some people were standing guard outside the bamboo forest, so they could just tell them if they had any requests. Yang Kai thanked them and personally saw the couple off. Nothing major happened in the following days. The proprietress was still recuperating while Yang Kai had gained immense benefits as a result of the great battle he fought some time ago, so he needed time to sort through them. The Sun and Moon Divine Will especially needed some improvement, which couldn't be achieved in just a day or two. Chef and accountant had to recuperate as well. Therefore, all of them remained silent in the bamboo forest. A few days later, the proprietress stepped out of her room. The 3 of them, who were standing guard outside, immediately opened their eyes and gazed at the second floor, only to see a charming proprietress standing there, looking down at them with a smile. All of them were elated as Chef exclaimed, You're awake, proprietress. The proprietress beckoned to them, Come up. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and stepped into the room. The trio made a beeline for the bamboo hut and went upstairs before staring at the proprietress with concern. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said, Proprietress, the monster chi around you. She was still evidently shrouded in monster chi, which was the same as the aura exuded from the blood monster battle dress that she wore previously. Although it was now significantly weaker, it couldn't be underestimated. The proprietress explained, It'll take me a long time before I can dispel this monster chi entirely, but I'm fine now. It was thanks to you that I was saved. If Yang Kai hadn't used the soul-warming lotus to cleanse her knowledge sea, she would have ended up in a horrible state. She could have been transformed by the monster chi and become a real monster who had lost all sense of self. After she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow and looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. Why are you in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm now? Chef hurriedly replied, Proprietress, let me explain. This brat had some world fruits. Upon hearing his explanation, the proprietress figured everything out and nodded, You had quite the opportunity there. Then, She recalled that Yang Kai had previously obtained some innate open heaven pills born in the universe furnace in the blood monster cave heaven. She couldn't help but be amazed at Yang Kai's luck, for he was always able to obtain things that were rarely seen in the world. Furthermore, the soul-warming lotus was still inside her body. She wondered where he found this kind of supreme treasure. However, since he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and ascended to the sixth order, it had slightly made up for her regrets. Yang Kai was originally a fifth order open heaven realm master, so his limit in the future would be the seventh order. After consuming the mid-rank world fruit though, his limit would be the eighth order. If he had a chance to obtain a good enough amount of innate open heaven pills, he would then have hope of ascending to the ninth order. With that said, once the universe furnace appeared, it would lead to a period of turmoil, so it wasn't easy to snatch such pills. After returning the soul-warming lotus to Yang Kai, the proprietress said, "Follow me to meet the island masters of Twin Spirit Island later. We'll probably be staying here for a long time. Since this is their territory, we have to show them due respect." "Yes," the three of them replied respectfully. In the main hall of Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was seated on the master's seat as he widened his eyes in disbelief while an equally shocked Shu Mu Dan was seated just beside him. In front of them was a fifth order open heaven realm master who was reporting his findings to them. The open heaven realm master was the subordinate that Hua Yong had sent to find out what had happened in Profound Yang Mountain a few days ago. Upon his return on this day, he immediately reported to Hua Yong what he had discovered. However, Hua Yong found it hard to believe what his subordinate was telling him. "You say that Profound Yang Mountain is now engulfed in pitch-black flames, all of its spirit peaks are destroyed, and the ground has been cleaved apart?" "It's been completely destroyed." "I couldn't believe it either, but that was indeed what I saw," the fifth order open heaven realm master replied with his head hung low. "The traces of an epic battle are everywhere around Profound Yang Mountain. There are also some remnant fluctuations of world forces." "Yun Fei Bai is dead?" Hua Yong asked again, "and even Mao Zhe fled after he was defeated?" "I didn't see it, but that was what I heard." "Where did you hear this news from?" Hua Yong inquired in shock. The fifth order open heaven realm master replied, "It was the people from Profound Yang Mountain who told me about it." After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, those open heaven realm masters had nowhere to go. Some of them left with the mountain lords, and no one knows where they are now. Others didn't know what to do next. When I arrived to investigate the situation, they saw me and came over to express their willingness to join Twin Spirit Island. I heard the news from them. "Where are those people now?" Hua Yong asked. "I wouldn't dare to make a decision, so I told them to wait outside the island as I had to report the matter to you both, island masters. They await your decision now. Tell them to come in," Hua Yong ordered. The person nodded and dashed out of the hall. A moment later, he led 7 people into the main hall. The strength of these people varied from the third order to the fifth order. Upon entering the hall, they appeared apprehensive and afraid. Hua Yong found them to be familiar, so he reckoned that they were indeed from Profound Yang Mountain. The shadowless cave heaven was only so big, and the 3 great forces had coexisted in this place for thousands of years, so even though Hua Yong didn't know their names, he had at least seen some of these people before. The person at the front was an elderly man in the fifth order open heaven realm. He stepped forward and cupped his fist at Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan. "Zhong Shun greets the island masters." "You are Zhong Shun?" Hua Yong asked. The elderly man nodded his head. "Yes. I will ask you some questions, so you'd better answer me honestly. If you dare to lie to me, you know what the consequences are." Hua Yong bellowed with a solemn expression. Zhong Shun hurriedly replied, "Please ask me right away, Island Master Hua. This old master will definitely tell you everything he knows without the slightest omission or deception." Hua Yong nodded gently and questioned, "Is Yun Fei Bai dead or alive?" Zhong Shun said, "The second mountain lord." "I'm sorry. Yun Fei Bai is dead. He was killed by a young man wielding a spear." His head exploded. As for what the young man's name is, this old master has no idea. "Are you serious?" Hua Yong widened his eyes as he felt a chill running down his spine. Yun Fei Bai was the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain. Just like Hua Yong, he was a powerful sixth-order open heaven realm master, so how could he be killed just like that? This old master saw it with his own eyes. As Zhongshun spoke, he couldn't help but shudder as though he recalled something terrifying. What about the other mountain lords of Profound Young Mountain? Hua Yong asked again. Zhongshun shook his head. After Profound Young Mountain was destroyed, the head mountain lord disappeared with the unconscious third and fourth mountain lord. This old master has no idea where they are and how they're doing. Tell me what you saw that day in detail. Not daring to be negligent, Zhongshun immediately narrated everything he saw back then. When Hua Yong heard that Yang Kai had intercepted Yunfei Bai and the others just outside of Profound Young Mountain, he widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking that a madman had arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. How did the young man have the guts to do such a thing on his own? He had single-handedly dealt with the mountain lords and eventually killed Yunfei Bai. Even the head mountain lord was unable to stop him in time. In the following battle, even Maro Zhe was no match for him as he had to return to Profound Young Mountain and take advantage of the Grand Array, seemingly not daring to meet the young man head-on again. Nevertheless, the relentless young man turned into a 4,000-meter-long dragon and even lifted a mountain which he smashed onto Profound Young Mountain until they were unable to resist. In the end, the young man turned dragon spat out Golden Crow's true fire and burned the entire Profound Young Mountain to the ground. After the head mountain lord went missing, the young man then nonchalantly left. Zhongshun was pretty articulate, so he was able to retell what had happened in a vivid and descriptive manner. As Hua Yong listened to him, he couldn't help but visualize the epic battle. After Zhongshun finished speaking, the main hall fell into dead silence. A dazed Hua Yong remained seated as a myriad of expressions came over him. Upon Yang Kai's return a few days ago, he had indirectly asked him what happened in Profound Young Mountain. At the mention of Maro Zhe, Yang Kai only said that the head mountain lord was worthy of his reputation. Therefore, Hua Yong thought that Yang Kai's trip to Profound Young Mountain was unfruitful, but he hadn't expected that the outcome was actually the opposite. Yang Kai had killed the second mountain lord, injured the remaining mountain lords, and even destroyed Profound Young Mountain. So, what did he mean when he praised Maro Zhe for being strong? Hua Yong couldn't help but think that a great change was about to happen in the shadowless cave heaven. Over thousands of years, even though there had been some grudges between the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, they were able to coexist peacefully. That was mainly because resources in this place were scarce, so no one was willing to get into unnecessary fights. The Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had tacitly remained at peace with one another. Therefore, even though there were only 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Twin Spirit Island, which meant that they were the weakest among the 3 great forces, they were still able to exist for such a long time. That was because in order to swallow Twin Spirit Island, Profound Young Mountain or Unrivaled Guild would have to pay a hefty price, and the rewards might not even be worth it. However, now, even a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yunfei Bai was killed while the injured Maro Zhe had gone missing. There was practically no one in the shadowless cave heaven that was a match for Yang Kai. Profound Young Mountain was destroyed, and given the power Yang Kai had showcased, both Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island wouldn't be able to resist him. The young man was able to single-handedly turn things upside down in the shadowless cave heaven. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could easily become the overlord of the shadowless cave heaven. Unless all the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shadowless cave heaven joined forces, no one would be able to stop him. Zhongshun wondered what was on Hua Yong's mind as the latter's expression repeatedly changed, so he called out in a gentle voice, "Island Master Hua." It was then Hua Yong's gaze refocused. Zhongshun said, "Island Master Hua, please show us mercy. Now that Profound Young Mountain has been destroyed, we have become homeless. If you can accept us, we will pledge to be loyal to you both until death." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4406, I don't think it's appropriate. We're willing to be loyal to you until death. All of them pledged in unison. Usually, if these people asked to join Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong would have been elated. There had never been a change in the status quo in the shadowless cave heaven over the years. The cultivators from the three great forces would never hop to a different one. Therefore, in order to strengthen one's great force, they had to wait for newcomers to come into the shadowless cave heaven and immediately lure them in. For example, as soon as Yang Kai arrived, he came across Ma Tianyuan, who right away tried to recruit him. Although the powers of these people in the hall varied as they were in the third, fourth, and fifth order, they were all still open heaven realm masters in the end, hence, they could increase Twin Spirit Island's overall strength. With that said, there were rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. There would usually only be a newcomer every 8 to 10 years. That was the reason there were only such a small number of cultivators in the shadowless cave heaven. Zhongshan and the others wanted to join Twin Spirit Island, but Hua Yong didn't feel pleased one bit, as he was still reeling from the shock of the fact that Profound Yang Mountain had been destroyed, Yun Feibai was killed, and Marozhe was injured. If he was previously wary of Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo, he was now terrified of them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had some grudges against those from Profound Yang Mountain. If Hua Yong accepted these people, would Yang Kai be displeased? The worries in Hua Yong's mind made him feel apprehensive. Seeing as a myriad of expressions came over Hua Yong, Shu Mu Dan knew what was on his mind, so she called out gently, "Husband." It was then Hua Yong came to his senses and took a glance at Zhongshan and the others before waving his hand, "Have a rest first." He didn't express whether he agreed to let Zhongshan and the others join Twin Spirit Island. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded and led the worried Zhongshan and the others out of the hall. While Hua Yong was still anxious, someone rushed into the hall and cupped his fist. "Island Masters, Madame Lan wishes to meet you to thank you for allowing her to stay." "What?" Hua Yong stood straight up. "Madame Lan is coming? Is she on her own? Or is she coming with her subordinates?" The man had no idea why the island master appeared so alarmed, but he still replied honestly, "Madame Lan has her 3 subordinates with her." Hua Yong's face stiffened. Yang Kai alone was terrifying enough, and now Lan Yuruo was coming as well. Shu Mu Dan asked, "Why do you look so anxious, husband?" Although Yang Kai is a powerful man with incredible methods, we have never offended him. In fact, we've given him a hand. He probably won't harm us. There was a bitter smile on Hua Yong's face as he replied, "I understand what you mean, but you're fully aware of the situation in the shadowless cave heaven. No one has ever left this place before. If Lan Yuruo and Yang Kai stay on Twin Spirit Island, there won't be a problem in the short term. However, will they still be willing to act as subordinates in the future?" Shu Mu Dan said with a frown, "Perhaps you're overthinking, husband." Hua Yong shook his head, "I think we have to put our guard up." His anxiety infected Shu Mu Dan as she said worriedly, "What should we do, then? Are we not going to meet them? They're already here on Twin Spirit Island, so it's not like we can avoid meeting them forever." Hua Yong knitted his brows for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "I guess we have to play it by ear and find out their intentions first. If they insist, we'll have to give up our positions to them." He sighed. Then, he waved his hand and told his subordinate to welcome Madame Lan in before taking a seat. A moment later, the proprietress led Yang Kai and the others into the hall while Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan rose from their seats. After they greeted one another, they sat down. Hua Yong asked with concern, "Your injuries were fairly serious, madam. But now, you look glowing. It's obvious that you're on the mend." The proprietress replied with a smile, "Many thanks for your concern, Island Master Hua. My injuries have stabilized, so I just need some time to recuperate." Hua Yong said smilingly, "Although Twin Spirit Island isn't big, it is quite peaceful. You can just stay here to recuperate." The proprietress smiled faintly, "I'm worried that will bother you both." Shu Mu Dan shook her head, "There's no need to be so formal with us, Madame Lan. There are rarely visitors on Twin Spirit Island. We're honored to have you here." Both of them were women, so they had some common interests and soon entered into a jovial chat. Hua Yong stole glances at Yang Kai from time to time and realized that the latter remained standing silently behind Lan Yuruo as though he was really just a subordinate. He was shocked as he wondered how charismatic Lan Yuruo must be that someone like Yang Kai was willing to work under her. They didn't look like a couple either, so a romantic relationship seemed unlikely. It seemed that Lan Yuruo was the leader, so as long as Hua Yong could appease her, things would be easier. After they chatted for a bit, Hua Yong suddenly asked, "What are your future plans, Madam Lan?" Upon hearing that, the proprietress put on a bitter smile. "To be honest with you, Island Master Hua, it has only been a year since this mistress arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so I know little about this place. Now, I just want to recuperate, so I don't have any plans yet." Hua Yong probed, "If you're fine with it, why don't you join Twin Spirit Island? There are only a small number of safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, and Twin Spirit Island is one of them. By staying here, you'll be safe from the astral wind." The reason the proprietress brought chef and accountant to Twin Spirit Island was precisely for security's sake. At that time, Yang Kai was unconscious, and she was unable to deal with Yun Fei Bai, Gang Qing, and Zhu Yue on her own. Therefore, she wanted to seek refuge in Twin Spirit Island. Although Hua Yong didn't immediately accept her, she had expressed her intention to join before, so now that Hua Yong mentioned it again, she would appear capricious if she turned him down. Before coming to this place, the proprietress had already pondered on this matter. Therefore, upon hearing Hua Yong's words, she smiled and nodded. "Many thanks, Island Master Hua. This mistress is more than happy to join Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong guffawed. "It's wonderful that you're willing to join Twin Spirit Island. Just like my wife and I, you are a sixth order open heaven realm master, so we'd like to appoint you to be the third island master." Just when the proprietress was about to agree to it, Yang Kai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "I don't think it's appropriate." Hua Yong's face stiffened as his smile froze. Shu Mu Dan was also anxious as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. The proprietress kept a faint smile on her face, but she didn't ask why Yang Kai turned them down. He must have his own reason for saying that. After a gulp, Hua Yong stared at Yang Kai and asked, "What do you mean, Brother Yang?" He called Yang Kai little brother the last time they met, but now it was Brother Yang. Apparently, Yang Kai's status in his mind had changed over the past few days, but no one cared about that small detail at the moment. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Twin Spirit Island got its name because there are two similar-looking islands. In that case, there should only be two island masters. Why is there a need for a third island master?" Upon hearing that, Hua Yong felt his heart sinking as he asked in a bitter voice, "What do you think we should do about it then, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai batted his eyes, wondering why this man even asked such a question. As their eyes met, Hua Yong looked away and gazed at his wife's bulging belly, then he let out a long sigh. "Good. Since you have such an intention, Brother Yang, we'll grant your wish. I hope that you'll give us a place to stay on this island, considering that my wife is still pregnant." His words puzzled Yang Kai. A befuddled proprietress stared at Hua Yong and asked, "What do you mean, Island Master Hua?" The furious Hua Yong thought that they were trying to usurp his great force, and now they were even taunting him like this. Since Yang Kai had said that there shouldn't be a third island master, he apparently didn't want to be under anyone. Hua Yong wasn't a match for him, and he had to take care of his wife and unborn child, so he had no choice but to give in. While he remained silent, Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked with a frown, "Are you misunderstanding something, Island Master Hua?" A dejected Hua Yong stared at him and questioned, "What do you think I've misunderstood, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai burst into laughter. "Are you thinking that since I've said there should only be two island masters on Twin Spirit Island, it means proprietress and I want to take over your positions?" Hua Yong balled up his fists. "Isn't that what you meant?" It was then that chef and accountant realized what was going on. As they exchanged glances, they smiled helplessly. Yang Kai shook his head. "You're overthinking things, Island Master Hua. This Yang doesn't have such an intention. By saying that there should only be two island masters, I mean the proprietress is not going to join Twin Spirit Island, nor will she become the third island master. It's not what you think. You're not going to join Twin Spirit Island?" Hua Yong widened his eyes. Yang Kai said, "This Yang just hopes that you'll give us a place to stay while we look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. After all, we won't be staying here forever." An embarrassed Hua Yong blushed heavily. He couldn't be blamed for having such a misunderstanding, for he had always worried that the arrival of Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo would change the current affairs in Twin Spirit Island. That was why he was overthinking. Furthermore, Yang Kai's words were pretty ambiguous, which naturally aroused some suspicions. Now, Hua Yong finally realized that he was reading too much into things. However, he was still a sixth-order open heaven realm master, so he was able to regain his composure quickly as he said with a solemn expression, "Are you going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yong sighed and explained, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I'm worried that no exit to the shadowless cave heaven exists. It has been over 10,000 years since we arrived in this place, and the head mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain Marozhe and the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild have been around for about as long. If there really was an exit, we would have discovered it by now." "That's right. We've been looking for the exit for countless years, but we haven't found a clue yet," Shu Mu Dan said. "There's no harm in trying," Yang Kai smiled faintly. Hua Yong bit his tongue when he saw the young man's expression and nodded, "Since you're so determined, this Hua will stop dissuading you." In fact, he had met many people like Yang Kai before. Every newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven was determined to find the exit at first, but after several tens to hundreds of years, they would lose hope and accept their fate. "If you can really find the exit, please bring my wife and I with you when you depart." Hua Yong cupped his fists with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded, "If I can find the exit, and both of you are willing to leave with us, we can take care of one another on the road." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4407, Cultivating in the Open Heaven Realm. "I shall offer my thanks in advance then." Hua Yong put on a smile, "If you're fine with it, I'll give you the bamboo forest that you've been staying in and assign some people to tend to your needs." The proprietress nodded, "Many thanks, Island Master Hua." Hua Yong took a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, if you ever decide to join Twin Spirit Island one day, we'll be more than willing to give you the positions of Head Island Master and Second Island Master." It wasn't certain whether he was sincere or not, so Yang Kai didn't respond to him. Yang Kai didn't have the heart to join Twin Spirit Island to begin with. The reason he had arrived at the shadowless cave heaven was to bring the proprietress out of this place, so he wasn't willing to stay here for long. Moreover, he was a newcomer who hadn't gained a footing, so even if Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan were willing to give up their positions, it wasn't like Yang Kai had the necessary authority to lead this great force. What's more, although others couldn't find the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, it didn't mean he couldn't. After all, Yang Kai had found his way into this place, unlike others who had accidentally fallen into it. The proprietress was still troubled by the residual monster qi in her body, so she needed a quiet place to recuperate, hence, the 4 of them soon left. As Hua Yong watched them leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo didn't have the intention of taking over his great force, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. However, this was only temporary. Just like what he had said to his wife earlier, there wouldn't be a problem in the short term. Nevertheless, a long time later, once Yang Kai and Lan Yuruo realized that there really wasn't a way to leave the shadowless cave heaven, they might develop some ill intentions. Then, he suddenly became energized as he said, "My wife, it's the chance for us to strengthen our power." A puzzled Shu Mu Dan inquired, "You mean, Marozhe and the others are missing, and profound Yang Mountain has been destroyed, so there are a lot of people who have lost their place to stay. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, only Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild can take them in. Those from Unrivaled Guild might not be aware of the situation yet, so we should take action quickly." Following that, he turned around and told his subordinate to bring Zhongshan and the others over. After a jovial chat, he directly agreed to let these people join Twin Spirit Island. Zhongshan and the others had nowhere to go, so they were feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing Hua Yong's words, they were ecstatic. Then, Hua Yong ordered them to invite their friends and family as he welcomed them to join Twin Spirit Island as well. Zhongshan and the others were grateful and soon left Twin Spirit Island to look for their friends from profound Yang Mountain. Upon their persuasion, many of the cultivators from profound Yang Mountain were soon absorbed into Twin Spirit Island, which significantly increased their power. Inside the bamboo forest, the proprietress was recuperating in seclusion while chef and accountant had respectively selected a bamboo hut to cultivate. Both of them had ascended to the open heaven realm right after the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. Strictly speaking, it had only been a short time since they achieved an ascension, so they needed a large amount of time to solidify their cultivations. That was the case for young Kai, as well. He had to consume a lot of open heaven pills to strengthen the heritage of his small universe. While cultivating, he also studied his new sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to improve it. Since his venture into the cultivation world, young Kai had rarely cultivated in seclusion, for he didn't need to do so much in the past. In fact, the speed at which he traversed the martial Dao was extraordinarily quick. Every time he broke through, it would only take him a short time before he would take another step forward. Therefore, he didn't have to cultivate in seclusion to refine various resources like what the other cultivators did. The speed at which he cultivated was rapid to begin with, so if he just sat there and cultivated in seclusion, it would actually destabilize his foundation. Therefore, every time he achieved a breakthrough, he would go out and get into fights to solidify his realm. However, the open heaven realm was different. When a cultivator reached this realm, he or she would need a lot of patience. It took time to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe. It was expected that young Kai wasn't used to this. He had attempted to refine open heaven pills when he was a 5th order open heaven realm master, and the rate of consumption was shocking. Now that he was a 6th order open heaven realm master, he realized that he needed even more open heaven pills, and the results were not even as good as before. Hence, he decided to refine some resources and realized that it was much more useful than refining open heaven pills alone. It was only now that young Kai realized why open heaven realm masters were still crazy about procuring resources of different orders, especially the resources that matched their own order. Refining these resources was significantly more efficient than refining open heaven pills. Young Kai initially didn't have a lot of resources with him because his previous spoils were all given to Bian Yu Qing. Those in Voidland required a lot of resources after all. Now, however, he had the resources he had snatched from Ti Zheng and the other ambushers. The contents of the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were mind-boggling, as there were countless materials of different orders inside, even including some high-rank ones. However, half a month later, young Kai suddenly stopped cultivating and frowned as though he was pondering on something. A moment later, he got to his feet and headed to the adjacent bamboo hut, then knocked on the barrier lightly. Soon, the barrier disappeared and young Kai stepped inside and went upstairs. Presently, Chef was seated on the ground with his legs crossed as he looked doubtfully at him. "What's wrong?" Young Kai took a seat in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "I'd like to ask you something." Chef extended his hand to motion for him to ask right away. It was then that young Kai told him about his cultivation process over the past 15 days, then he frowned. "Although it's not conspicuous, I have a feeling that something is wrong. If I keep on cultivating like this, I feel something terrible will happen to me." A speechless Chef shot him a glance. "Although I have no idea what resources you've been refining, it seems you haven't been trying to harmonize your yin, yang, and 5 elements." "What do you mean?" Young Kai arched his brow with a humble expression. After a sigh, Chef explained, "You rushed to ascend to the open heaven realm, then you immediately entered the shadowless cave heaven, so it makes sense that no one told you about what you had to take note of after you broke through. Fortunately, you've realized the problem early, so it's not too late to correct it." A shocked young Kai asked, "So, there's really something wrong with my cultivation?" "It's a minor problem." Chef waved his hand to motion for him to be at ease. "The small universes of open heaven realm masters are formed from condensing the yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then splitting heaven and earth apart in our bodies. The reason open heaven pills are able to strengthen our small universes is that these pills also contain a balance of yin, yang, and the 5 element powers. It could be said that every open heaven pill has a bit of world force in it. Once you consume open heaven pills, you're essentially refining the world force in it. That's how you can fortify your heritage." Young Kai nodded his head to indicate he understood. Open heaven pills are refined by alchemists, so they contain some readily available world force. However, raw materials are different. Refining a 5th order fire element material only adds fire element power to your small universe. Since that's the case, you'll have to refine the other 6 elements to balance your yin, yang, and 5 elements again. Only by maintaining this kind of balance can you increase your world force and improve your cultivation. Then, Chef shot him a glance. You only refined materials from 1 or 2 elements instead of all of them, right? It was then Yang Kai realized what had gone wrong. I see. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with his cultivation method, but he was unable to figure out what it was. Upon hearing Chef's explanation, he now understood. Just like what Chef had said, he didn't try to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements, which caused an imbalance in his small universe. There wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if he didn't correct this issue, it would eventually destabilize his small universe. Once that happened, it would have serious consequences and take much effort to fix. So, when we refine cultivation materials, we should do so after collecting a complete set. It's the ideal way, but you can also try to collect those materials while refining one of them. However, you have to make sure that the entire set is in the same order. Chef paused for a moment. You're familiar with the water barrel theory of the open heaven realm, right? Yang Kai replied, the shortest plank in the barrel is what decides the order an open heaven realm master can reach directly. That's right. Chef nodded. The water in the barrel is like the heritage of our small universe. Cultivating in the open heaven realm is akin to increasing the height of the barrel. All 7 planks have to be heightened at the same time. Just one of them won't do. Yang Kai cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Many thanks for your teachings. Chef grinned. It was the proprietress who taught me all this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it either. You've suffered a setback because no one taught you, that's all. Yang Kai nodded. His decision to ascend to the open heaven realm was rushed, so no one was around to teach him what to do after he succeeded, and he was left trying to figure things out on his own. Chef went on to say, after making it to the open heaven realm, it's time to slowly build up your small universe. As he spoke, he patted his rounded belly. If you manage it well, you'll become powerful, and vice versa, which is also why there's a huge gap in power between open heaven realm masters even in the same order. In order to increase the heritage of your small universe, you can either refine open heaven pills, materials of different orders, or other sources of world force that match your own. Either way, this all takes a long time. You're now a 6th order open heaven realm master, so you're able to refine mid-rank materials up to and including 6th order ones. Given the current heritage of your small universe, you're still unable to refine high-rank materials. With that said, the higher the order of a material, the more useful it'll be to you. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. He had experimented over the past 15 days by refining materials of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th order. Given his 6th order cultivation, he was able to refine all these materials quickly. The benefits of 3rd order materials were almost negligible. 4th order materials were slightly better, while the 5th order ones were much better. He hadn't tried to refine a 6th order material, so he had no idea how effective it would be. Nevertheless, he reckoned that it would be terrific. Although he had snatched the space rings of 4 high-rank open heaven masters and obtained some high-rank materials, he was still unable to collect a complete set of 6th order materials. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to ascend to the 5th order at that time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4408, Searching for a Way Out. After returning from Chef's place, Yang Kai immediately attempted to harmonize his yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to get rid of the hidden dangers in his small universe. He had ample resources with him, so he didn't need to be thrifty. As he refined a lot of 5th order materials, not only had the heritage of his small universe improved, but his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had also been solidified. While refining these materials, he didn't forget to improve his comprehension of his sun and moon divine wheel. However, since this divine ability involved an entirely new space-time strength, he had no idea where to start. Therefore, he could use a wisp of his consciousness to study the movements of the celestial entities and the passing of time in his small universe in the hope that he would be able to comprehend something out of it. 2 months later, Yang Kai stepped out of his bamboo hut. The proprietress was still recuperating. She was left with some serious backlash from using the blood monster battle dress, so it wasn't easy to dispel the monster chi in her body. On the other hand, chef and accountant were cultivating, so Yang Kai decided not to bother them. After leaving a jade slip behind, he dashed out of the bamboo forest. It had been 3 months since he arrived in the shadowless cave heaven. Now that his 6th order open heaven realm cultivation had been sufficiently fortified, it was time he searched for a way out. Yang Kai had to return to Void Land to take charge of everything. On top of that, Yu He and Bai Qi must be worried about him. However, before he tried to look for the exit, he had to visit Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan. They had been around in the shadowless cave heaven for over 10,000 years, so they must be aware of everything in this place. Perhaps they could give him some useful hints. Hua Yong hospitably greeted Yang Kai in the reception hall. During this period of time, Twin Spirit Island had accepted a lot of open heaven realm masters from profound Yang Mountain, which greatly strengthened them. As the island master, Hua Yong appeared to be glowing. "Are you going to look for a way out, Brother Yang?" Hua Yong appeared solemn upon hearing Yang Kai's intention. Yang Kai nodded. "Since we can enter the shadowless cave heaven, we must be able to leave as well. I'm going to look for the exit. Do you happen to have any clues, Island Master Hua?" Hua Yong was quite eager to see Yang Kai leave. The young man was horrendously powerful and had destroyed profound Yang Mountain. The fact that he was staying on Twin Spirit Island was a potential concern. Moreover, if Yang Kai could really find a way out, it would be beneficial to Hua Yong as well. Therefore, upon hearing Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't attempt to stop him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong suddenly dipped his finger into his tea and drew a circle on the table. Yang Kai looked doubtfully at him. Hua Yong pointed at the table and said, "If this table is the entire shadowless cave heaven, this circle represents the region the 3 great forces are able to operate." "Well, there are only 2 great forces now." Yang Kai took a glance and pondered on it. "You mean you haven't fully explored the entire shadowless cave heaven?" Hua Yong shook his head. "It's impossible to explore the entire shadowless cave heaven." He pointed at the center of the circle and said, "It takes half a month to go from this place to the edge of the circle. Basically, the astral wind will appear once every month. Therefore, once you reach the edge of the circle, you have to hurry back. Otherwise, you won't have a place to hide when the astral wind strikes, which will destabilize your small universe." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, with their respective headquarters as the centers, the people from the 3 great forces can only move around in a range that they can go back and forth in 1 month. "That's right." Hua Yong bowed his head. "Once, many years ago, the 3 great forces cooperated and mobilized all of our subordinates to look for a potential exit. Unfortunately, we were unable to find anything within the range that we could reach. It will likely be extremely difficult for you to look for the exit." There were many people in the 3 great forces and they had been trying for years but still couldn't find a clue about how to leave. It had only been a few months since Yang Kai arrived in this place, so it was impossible that he could do something that the 3 great forces couldn't after millennia of trying. On the other hand, Yang Kai's eyes seemed to be glowing. In that case, the exit might just be outside this circle. The other cultivators could only move around within the circle, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it at all. If the exit was really in a place that was outside the circle, he would be able to find it sooner or later. Hua Yong said. Maroja thought the same thing. He even hypothesized that the source of the astral wind might be where an exit could be found. Why would he say that? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. Hua Yong replied, he suspected that the astral wind isn't native to the shadowless cave heaven and instead comes from the outside world. Therefore, the place where the astral wind comes from must have a passageway that leads to the outside world. Perhaps he's right. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. If that's really the case, there won't be any hope for us. Hua Yong smiled helplessly. Can anyone resist the astral wind and reach the exit? Even if the person can leave the shadowless cave heaven, no one can guarantee he won't fall into the source of the astral wind. By then, he won't be able to save himself. His worries were not unfounded. If Maroja's speculation was right, once a person left the shadowless cave heaven, they would immediately fall into the origin of the astral wind. The wind that was coming from the outside world was already horrifying enough, so its source would definitely be even more terrible. However, while others were unable to bear the astral wind, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of it. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you happen to know the direction the astral wind comes from?" Although Yang Kai had experienced the astral wind several times now, he had never paid attention to the direction it came from. An astounded Hua Yong gazed at him and asked, "Are you going to search in that direction, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied, "I have to give it a try since the exit might just be over there." Hua Yong stared at him in stunned shock for a time before a look of admiration filled his face. "You're a pretty audacious man. Since you're so determined, I won't dissuade you. However, once you leave Twin Spirit Island, you'd better be careful of the astral wind. Once the wind rises, you have to look for a place to avoid it." Yang Kai nodded. After the direction was pointed out to him by Hua Yong, he turned around and left. Hua Yong saw him off and wished him success. Then he watched the young man disappear in the direction he had pointed out. A glint flashed through his eyes as he shook his head. There was no doubt that Yang Kai's venture wouldn't be fruitful. Although he was powerful, there was no way he could resist the astral wind. It could be expected that he would return in a month or two looking battered and defeated. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Yang Kai headed in the direction Hua Yong had pointed out at full speed. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and sensed his surroundings, then he became ecstatic. That was because the wind was blowing towards him. He was certain he was outside of the circle Hua Yong had drawn after more than 10 days of moving forward. After all, he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was also a master of the Tao of Space, so he was much faster than the average Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, he was worried that he might be heading in the wrong direction as he didn't have a way of fixing his bearings. Since the wind was blowing at his face though, he could trace it back to its source. A moment later, the wind became stronger. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the astral wind had directly entered his small universe as it swept his world force away and began wearing down his heritage. In the next instant, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind Yang Kai. The tree crown was so vast that it was as though it could cover the entire sky. As the branches hung low, a burst of vitality filled the air and the astral wind was immediately blocked outside of the tree's range. Yang Kai still had no idea why his towering evergreen divine manifestation was able to block the astral wind, but he speculated that the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree was simply powerful enough to ward it off. That was the reason he had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island. Other cultivators could only move around in a range that would take them half a month to return to their headquarters from, or else they would be harmed by the astral wind. However, Yang Kai was immune to it. When the astral wind came, he just had to use his towering evergreen to fend it off. After identifying the right direction, Yang Kai flew against the wind, the manifestation of the gigantic tree hovering behind him. 1 hour later, the astral wind stopped as all the noise died down. Yang Kai, who was moving at full speed, stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. That was because 3 rays of light suddenly rose from a hill on the horizon and dashed into the distance. They happened to be heading in the same direction as him. Yang Kai was shocked as he hadn't expected to come across anyone here. It was said that the cultivators from the 3 great forces couldn't come out this far, so supposedly, there shouldn't be anyone in this place. After all, there was nowhere in this region that could ward off the astral wind, so it must have affected these 3 people just now. As Yang Kai stared intently in their direction, he suddenly burst into laughter. So it's them. Did they decide to take such a big risk? The 3 rays of light were actually the mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, Marozhe, Gengqing, and Zhu Ya. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising that they were here. Since Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, they had nowhere else to go. They obviously wouldn't go to Twin Spirit Island as the proprietress and Yang Kai were there, so they would only embarrass themselves if they did. It was impossible for Unrivaled Guild to accept them as well. Although there were 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Unrivaled Guild, Marozhe and the others also numbered 3. If they were accepted, conflicts would arise in Unrivaled Guild. Marozhe wasn't known for being unreasonable and ruthless, but he also had his pride, so the 3 chiefs would be worried that Marozhe would covet their great force. Since these two places wouldn't welcome them, Marozhe and the others really had nowhere to go. Hua Yong had said that Marozhe was the one who suggested that the origin of the astral wind was probably an exit to this place. Since there were no other safe places in the shadowless cave heaven, it was only reasonable that Marozhe would take a risk and go against the wind to look for the way out. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had never expected to bump into them here. He never intended to hunt them down, as the reason he destroyed Profound Yang Mountain some time ago was simply to get revenge for the proprietress. Since Profound Yang Mountain was gone, Marozhe and the others had become as pitiful as stray dogs, and there wasn't a need for Yang Kai to add insult to injury. However, since they were heading in the same direction, they would meet up sooner or later. Half a day later, Marozhe and the others seemed to have noticed something as they looked behind them. Ju Ya's eyes trembled when she looked back, then she exclaimed, "There's someone following us, big brother." A stunned Marozhe turned his head, then he widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "It's Yang Kai." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4409. Would you believe me? When Marozhe accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven back then, Profound Yang Mountain was the first place he landed on. It had been 10,000 years since then. Profound Yang Mountain wasn't expansive, as there were only about 10 or so peaks, but over the years, he had managed to grow it into the largest great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and he had a lot of top cultivators who worked for him. Profound Yang Mountain was practically his foundation in the shadowless cave heaven. It didn't matter that some of his subordinates were injured or killed, as that would only mean a loss in power. However, the fact that Profound Yang Mountain was razed to the ground basically meant that his foundation was ruined, which meant that it would be hard for him to survive in the hostile environment in the shadowless cave heaven. The culprit of all his misery was the young man named Yang Kai, therefore, it was expected that he was incensed when he saw him again. His eyes seemed able to spit fire as his murderous intent surged. He appeared eager to swallow Yang Kai alive as he watched the young man approach. Geng Qing and Ju Ya were also alarmed as they quickly surged their world force and readied themselves for a fight. They had experienced Yang Kai's horrifying power before. Prior to that, they believed that Marozhe was at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Unless he was faced with an Open Heaven Realm Master in the Seventh Order or above, he was basically peerless. However, after the battle on Profound Yang Mountain, they realized there was always a mountain beyond the mountains. It was inconceivable that there was such a terrifying Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world. In that battle, they were knocked out before it even climaxed. When they awakened, they were no longer on Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, Marozhe broke it to them that Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, so it wasn't inhabitable anymore. Then, Marozhe led them to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to join that great force. They had no other choice. In the shadowless cave heaven, only the headquarters of the three great forces were safe from the astral wind. In order to survive in this place, they had to join one of the great forces. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and they couldn't possibly go to Twin Spirit Island, hence, they were only left with Unrivaled Guild. Nevertheless, the three chiefs didn't seem to have the intention of accepting them, as they mocked them explicitly. Infuriated, the three of them turned around and left. Since they had nowhere to go, they could only take the risk and look for the possible exit of the shadowless cave heaven. At the time, Marozhe had said it was better to risk it all for a chance to survive than to allow the astral wind to slowly grind them to death. However, they couldn't believe that Yang Kai had relentlessly pursued them all the way here to hunt them down. That was the reason they felt humiliated and incensed. What a coincidence. How are you three? Yang Kai landed about 1,000 meters from the trio with a friendly smile on his face. With a dark expression, Marozhe questioned, "Are you determined to kill us ruthlessly? In that case, let's fight. Although this monarch isn't a match for you, it won't be easy for you to kill me either." Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. "Do you think I'm here to kill you all, Head Mountain Lord?" Marozhe snorted, "Are you not?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "No. Yun Fei Bai offended and humiliated my proprietress, so he only had himself to blame that he was killed. The reason I destroyed Profound Yang Mountain was that I was angered. To me, the moment Profound Yang Mountain was ruined, the accounts between us were settled." Of course, if you want to seek revenge, I don't mind spending some time dealing with you. Let's see if you're capable of doing that. Marozha sported a grim expression but didn't respond. Apparently, he didn't believe him. Ju Yue asked, since you're not hunting us down, what are you doing here, then? Don't tell me you're here to take in the view. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I believe we're here for the same reason. Geng Qing was startled for a moment before he asked, are you also looking for the exit to the shadowless cave heaven? Yang Kai replied, Island Master Hua told me the head mountain lord had a speculation that the source of the astral wind was an exit to the outside world, so it might be possible to find it if one travels against the wind. As he spoke, he took a glance at Marozha. Upon hearing that, Marozha snorted, En. It was this monarch who came up with this view, however, no one can prove whether it's true. We'll find out by looking for the origin of the astral wind. Yang Kai shrugged smilingly at them. Do you want to work with me? Marozha sported an odd expression as he asked, you want to work with us? Why not? Yang Kai arched his brow. In fact, there isn't a blood feud between us unless you want to avenge Yunfei Bai's death. We'll put aside the death of my second brother for now. You destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, which practically left us homeless in the shadowless cave heaven. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable, so what right do you have to work with us? Marozha sneered. Yang Kai shrugged, since you've said so, I won't force you to agree to it, however, I hope that you won't be begging for my help later. Upon finishing his words, he shot a meaningful glance at Marozha. The head mountain lord scoffed, ridiculous. What would this monarch have to beg you for? Yang Kai nodded, I hope you can keep that tough attitude when the time comes. Don't make me look down on you. See you soon. Then, he took a step forward as his figure vanished. When Marozha and the others came to their senses, he was already far away in the distance. There was a solemn expression on Geng Qing's face as he remarked, the Tao of space is indeed extraordinary. Just now, he was unable to figure out how Yang Kai disappeared. He would be unable to fend him off if Yang Kai decided to launch a sneak attack on him using a space secret technique, since the latter was also a 6th order open heaven realm master. Ju Yue frowned, I can't believe he's looking for an exit as well. Is he sick of living? The reason the three of them had fallen into such a state was that they had no other choice, since there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that they could call home. Unless they found the exit and left this place, they would be killed by the astral wind sooner or later. However, it was puzzling that Yang Kai was also trying to search for the exit when he already had a shelter. His action suggested that he wasn't lying, as he was truly going against the wind. A myriad of expressions came over Marozha as he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Although he wasn't certain whether Yang Kai's words were true, he reckoned that the latter really didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been so polite just now. He happens to be ahead of us, so we'll just use him to find the path for us. A glint flashed through Marozha's eyes as he waved his hand, follow him. When he initially heard Yunfei Bai mention that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, Marozha had the intention of capturing Yang Kai and making use of his expertise to look for the exit. However, things eventually got out of hand. Yunfei Bai was killed, Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and the three of them had to flee in embarrassment. Now that Yang Kai was leading the way, they could simply follow him and make use of his skill to find the exit. With this plan in mind, they kept a distance of 100 kilometers behind Yang Kai, paying close attention to him. The shadowless cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after his death. Supposedly, there should be some kind of inheritance of the shadowless divine monarch in this place. Although it might not be as ample as the one in the blood monster cave heaven, it shouldn't be so destitute. However, the arrival of the astral wind once a month meant that even if there were any resources left behind, they would have lost their spirituality and turned into dust over the years. After all, the astral wind was so eerie that even 6th order open heaven realm masters were unable to resist it. So far, Yang Kai hadn't discovered anything useful. Wherever he went, all he could see was barren land, as the entire world was infused with death chi. From time to time, he would stop to observe his surroundings for a moment before continuing his journey. Marozha and the others followed him closely, but they had no idea what he was trying to do. They also tried to look into the places Yang Kai had stopped, but they couldn't find anything of interest. As time passed, Marozhe and the others began to grow anxious. The astral wind would appear once a month and they had previously endured it once, which caused huge losses to their small universes. If they couldn't find the exit before the astral wind struck again, they would suffer even greater losses. A few days later, the three of them stood in the void as they silently observed the figure on a barren peak that was a few kilometers away. An impatient Ju Ya asked, "He's been standing there for half a day. What is he trying to do?" Although Yang Kai had stopped in some places from time to time, it was the first time he remained stationary for such a long time. Marozhe stared intently at Yang Kai and observed every change in his expression, then he excitedly said, "Perhaps he has discovered something." Upon hearing that, Ju Ya and Geng Qing were thrilled as they looked in Yang Kai's direction with nervous but hopeful gazes. It would be a good thing for them if Yang Kai could find the exit. In that case, they would be able to leave this accursed place. There came a moment when Yang Kai let out a breath and opened his eyes, then he gazed at the three of them with a smile. "Head Mountain Lord, what if I say I've found the exit? Would you believe me?" Marozhe became excited. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai pointed at the space in front of him and declared, "It's right here." Marozhe immediately released his divine sense to scan the area, but a long time later, he shook his head. "This monarch can't detect anything, so I don't know if I should believe you or not." Yang Kai guffawed, "It's simple to prove if I'm telling the truth." After he finished speaking, space principles around him surged as he performed a set of hand seals. All of a sudden, Marozhe had a bad premonition as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Take a guess." Marozhe yelled, "Stop him." As he spoke, he charged forward and surged his world force before pushing out his palm at Yang Kai. Too late. Yang Kai roared as he jabbed his hands into the void and stomped his foot on the ground. Open. A cracking sound was heard as though something had snapped. The three of them were dumbfounded as they saw a crack appearing in the void above the peak. The horrifying sound of a gale reverberated as the astral wind came rushing through the void crack that was forcefully opened. "It's the astral wind." Marozhe's expression changed drastically. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4410, What Do You Want? A void crack suddenly appeared above the barren peak, and through the crack came the violent astral wind. Marozhe was both surprised and shocked. He was surprised because his speculation was right. The origin of the astral wind was really where the exit was. The astral wind didn't belong in the shadowless cave heaven to begin with. Instead, it blew into this place from the outside world. Perhaps they could leave the shadowless cave heaven by going past the crack. However, he was shocked because it was the first time he saw such an intense astral wind. He had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years, but it was the first time he came across such a violent gale. On second thought though, it wasn't so surprising. This place was considered the source of the astral wind, so it was expected that the gale here was fiercer than other parts of the shadowless cave heaven. Marozhe could clearly feel the astral wind gusting into his small universe, bringing his world force away and undermining his heritage. All of his vitality weltered, and it was as though his bones had softened. "You're insane." Marozhe glared at Yang Kai in a way as though he wanted to eat him alive. "Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." While he reproached the young man, he kept looking for somewhere that could fend off the astral wind. Unfortunately, there wasn't such a place within his sight. The astral wind seemed to have filled the entire universe, and no place was safe. Yang Kai, however, was just standing in front of the void crack. There was an ancient tree behind him that exuded vibrant vitality. He was engulfed in the low-hanging branches, and as the astral wind gusted through the canopy, the branches swayed lightly, but the man inside wasn't bothered one bit. He just stared silently at the three of them who looked like they were on pins and needles. Marozhe swept a glance over the ancient tree, then his pupils contracted as he shouted, "You're able to fend off the astral wind? What's so hard about that?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "That's impossible." Marozhe growled. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, what he was seeing wasn't fake. Yang Kai was just standing outside of the wind source. Supposedly, he would be more severely affected than the others. However, the reality was that within the ancient tree's range, the astral wind was warded off as though it was blocked by an invisible force. That's the reason he's so confident. A realization dawned upon Marozha. Just now, he doubted why Yang Kai had come all the way here to look for the exit instead of staying on Twin Spirit Island. After all, the astral wind would strike once a month, and every strike could cause immense losses to a cultivator's small universe. Nevertheless, it now seemed that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the astral wind. At that instant, he recalled that Yang Kai had told him to keep it up and he must never beg him for help. The young man was clearly waiting to embarrass him. Marozha was so infuriated that his murderous intent surged and he roared, "Kill!" Upon finishing his words, he charged towards Yang Kai. Without hesitation, Zhu Ya and Geng Qing followed right behind him. The three mountain lords had joined forces again as they pounced on the young man in an imposing manner. They had previously done that on Profound Yang Mountain, but they were eventually defeated by Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were weak. It was because Marozha believed that he was the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven that he underestimated Yang Kai. Once a mistake was made, it was hard for him to turn things around. After the incident, he gave it a thought and reckoned that if he hadn't been negligent, things wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he hadn't reached the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He was just a 6th-order Open Heaven realm master. Given the harsh lesson previously, Marozha wouldn't dare to lower his guard now, therefore, he went all out from the start. His 6th-order Open Heaven realm aura shook the world as he attacked. When Yang Kai, who was standing outside the void crack, saw that the mountain lords were as ferocious as tigers, he merely shook his head and before the three of them could strike him, he directly disappeared from the spot. Marozha almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood with exasperation. He was ready to strike, but his target had gone missing all of a sudden, which made him feel like he had punched a pile of cotton. It was expected that he was vexed. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai standing just more than 10 kilometers away and staring silently at them. "Big brother." Geng Qing awaited his order. After a brief moment of hesitation, Marozha said through gritted teeth, "Go." Then, he directly plunged into the void crack and disappeared. Seeing that, Geng Qing and Zhu Ya hurriedly followed him. "They're pretty resolute." Yang Kai watched them leave and nodded gently. As the astral wind devastated the surroundings, the three of them were losing their strength with each passing breath. If this dragged on, it could cause their small universes to collapse. Rather than getting tangled up with Yang Kai, they figured it was better to look for the exit through the wind source. As long as they could get out of the wind source, they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven and obtain their freedom. However, it wasn't an easy feat to leave. Yang Kai looked silently at the void crack he had torn apart with a meaningful grin on his face as the relentless astral wind caused the branches of the ancient tree behind him to sway. After just 10 breaths of time, 3 figures shot out of the void crack, looking battered with unstable auras. They were Marozha and the others who had entered the crack just now. In just 10 breaths of time, their auras had dropped significantly. It was apparent that they had suffered some huge losses. Presently, they all looked horrified as though they were being pursued by some kind of hideous beast. In quick steps, they ran as far away as possible from the void crack and disappeared over the horizon. Before they vanished from sight, Marozha glared at Yang Kai and snarled, "This monarch will never forget what you've done to me and will get even with you one day." Yang Kai put on a faint smile and nonchalantly chased after them. Marozha and the others thought that they would just stay as far away from the wind source as possible, but regardless of how far they went, they were still unable to get rid of the astral wind's harassment. What made them even more incensed was the fact that Yang Kai was calmly following them, and they were unable to get rid of him. He didn't attempt to attack them as he just gazed at them from afar as though he was watching a good show. 2 hours later, Zhu Ya screamed with a pale face, "Something is wrong, big brother." Marozha's expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off his face. Certainly, he had also realized that something was off. Usually, the astral wind would only last for about an hour before it stopped, but now it had far exceeded its normal duration. After giving it a thought, he realized that the cause of the astral wind this time was that Yang Kai had torn the void apart and exposed the wind source. If the void crack wasn't closed, the wind source wouldn't disappear. Therefore, they were unable to draw on their past experiences to make a judgment. However, under the influence of the astral wind, the heritages of their small universes were draining away at a steady pace. There would come a moment when their cultivation regressed or their small universes might even fall apart directly. 1 hour later, the astral wind still didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, and Zhu Yue appeared to be in a desperate state. Geng Qing took a glance at the relentless Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Why don't we fight it out with him, big brother?" There was a bitter smile on Maroja's face as he shook his head. "We're no longer a match for him." If they were still in peak condition, they could have joined forces and fought against Yang Kai. However, presently, their strengths had plummeted significantly, so how were they supposed to defeat him? They were unable to flee either. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could wait for their strength to drop further and easily kill them off. He didn't even need to make a move actually, for it would only take 3 to 5 days before the 3 of them were killed by the astral wind. All of a sudden, Maroja stopped in his tracks and turned around. As he stared at the approaching Yang Kai, he questioned in a grim voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and hovered in mid-air. The branches of the ancient tree behind him hung low, and his stable aura suggested that he hadn't even been affected by the astral wind one bit in the past 3 hours. He looked condescendingly at Maroja and asked, "You're an intelligent man, head mountain lord, so why is there a need to ask the obvious?" Maroja asked, "You've torn space apart and exposed the wind source. Now, the entire shadowless cave heaven will be devastated by the astral wind. What benefits would that bring you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I just wanted to see if I could break through the void and connect to the outside world. Exposing the wind source was just an accident." Maroja scoffed, "Even if that's true, what are you trying to achieve by following us but not attacking? I hope you're not going to tell me that you want to collect our corpses." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't have such a distasteful hobby." Maroja's face fell as he took a glance at the tree behind the young man. "Do you want us to submit to you, then?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm just trying to give you all a chance to survive. In this situation, you're going to lose your lives if you don't submit to me. I believe no one is willing to lose their life when there is another option, including you all. Why would you turn me down when there's a chance to survive?" Maroja said through clenched teeth, "This monarch has lived for a long time, and has killed countless people before. Do you think I fear death?" Yang Kai rubbed his palms together. "I admire the fact that you're not afraid of death, head mountain lord. You're truly valiant. If you insist on dying today, I won't stop you. After you pass away, I'll help you find a proper place and bury your corpse. However, sometimes simply dying isn't the worst fate a man can face. Seeing the cultivation you've accumulated over millennia slowly being scraped away, all your hopes, dreams, and aspirations taken from you piece by piece, now that sounds like a fate worse than death." Maroja's expression darkened when he heard that. Just like what Yang Kai had said, life or death already didn't matter to someone like Maroja. He had lived for a long time and killed innumerable people in the past. He could accept it if he were to die in battle. However, seeing his life's work slowly taken from him, the heritage of his small universe shaved off one piece at a time while being powerless to resist, it was simply intolerable. It was just like seeing a thief barging into his house, taking away all his property and burning his home down while he was forced to watch. The whole point of cultivation was to traverse one's martial Tao. No one could tolerate the notion of their cultivation being stolen from them. Geng Qing's face was livid as he shuddered in rage and unwillingness. It was as though he could imagine himself perishing into nothingness. Zhu Yue pressed her lips together and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, "I truly admire the fact that you're so calm in the face of death. Since you're determined to die, I will stop persuading you. All of you may set off on your journey to the Yellow Springs now." He appeared ready to watch them slowly perish on their own. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4411, subduing 3 mountains. The astral wind never stopped as the entire shadowless cave heaven was devastated by the sandstorm it kicked up. 2 parties silently confronted each other. While Yang Kai was calm and collected, a myriad of expressions came over the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. "Big brother," Ju Ye called out gently. Maroja turned to look at her, and as their eyes met, he couldn't help but recall the moments they had spent together in the past. The coldness on his face slowly melted away. After a sigh, he gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Will you ensure our safety if we submit to you?" Yang Kai arched his brow. "Not only can I ensure your safety, but I can also bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven." Maroja shook his head. "How do I know if your divine manifestation is able to protect others as well?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's easy. Just come over and give it a try if you don't believe me." Maroja nodded. "I'll do that then." After he finished speaking, he was ready to charge towards Yang Kai. Geng Qing immediately stopped him. "I'll do it, big brother." Before Maroja could object to it, he had already gone on ahead. Apparently, he was worried that Yang Kai might harm Maroja, so he decided to give it a try in his stead. In the blink of an eye, Geng Qing had already reached Yang Kai, who didn't stop him and even opened a gap in the towering evergreen's protection to let him come in. Geng Qing remained vigilant while standing beside Yang Kai. As he looked up at the tree crown and observed the low-hanging branches, his expression was soon transformed by shock. Standing in the protection range of this ancient tree, he couldn't feel the slightest harassment from the astral wind. Besides that, the ample vitality around him soothed his body and mind, and his fatigued figure seemed to have been rejuvenated in an instant. He had never seen or heard of such a divine manifestation before. More than 10 breaths later, he dashed out of the protection range. Before that, he took a glance at Yang Kai with a conflicted gaze. Upon his return, he secretly spoke to Maroja and narrated what he had gone through just now. As Maroja listened to him, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Maroja let out a sigh. "Fine. We have nowhere else to go in shadowless cave heaven. If you're able to bring us out of this place, we're willing to submit to you." If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to ascend to the 7th order, which was greatly tempting. Yang Kai rubbed his palms together and said, "Head Mountain Lord is a straightforward and flexible man. However, how do I know if it's not just an empty promise? Since you've made such a decision, I hope you'll give me some assurance. I don't wish for you to betray me one day. After all, we haven't really been on good terms." Maroja snorted. "What kind of assurance do you want? Do you want us to make a heart demon oath? There's no need for that." Yang Kai grinned at him and summoned an ancient-looking book. "You just have to use your blood essence to write your names in here." Maroja's expression changed. "What's this?" "The loyalty list." As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the book at Maroja. After taking it, Maroja opened it and realized there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. A person named Chen Tianfei was on the first page, He was on the second page, and Some Yunxing Hua was on the third page. The rest of the pages were blank. As he scanned the loyalty list with his divine sense, Maroja realized that the book contained a mysterious power. Although he was a 6th order open heaven realm master, he was still unable to see through it. The thin book felt extremely heavy in his hands, as though it weighed as much as a mountain. He looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Once you leave your name on it, your life will come under my control." Maroja's expression changed. Geng Qing bellowed, "Brat, don't go too far." The 3 of them were 6th order open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai's words were true, they would essentially become his slaves by leaving their names in this book. He'd rather die than be humiliated in such a way. Yang Kai dispassionately said, "You can decide whether you want to leave your names on it or not. I won't force you. However, what I can tell you is that if you're willing to leave your names there, I'll bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven and return you to the 3,000 worlds. If you're not willing to do that, it's fine as well. If we have a chance to get along with one another in the future, you'll find out what I'm really like." Maroja suddenly asked, "What are the cultivations of these 3 people?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he realized that the other person was talking about the people on the loyalty list. Then he replied, 2 of them are in the 4th order and the remaining one is in the 5th order. Marozha nodded. The people on the loyalty list must have some grudges with you. You were not willing to let them off, but you didn't want to kill them either, so you made them leave their names on the list so they would work for you. Correct. Good. Marozha nodded, then he put a finger into his mouth and bit it to squeeze out his blood essence. After that, he turned to page 4 of the book and wrote down his name. Big Brother. Gang Qing and Zhu Ya were flabbergasted. Once he left his name there, he would never be able to resist Yang Kai again. After leaving his name on page 4, Marozha tossed the book at Gang Qing and replied, rather than waiting for death here, we should seize the chance to live. In the meantime, he secretly spoke to the 2 of them. I've heard about the loyalty list before. It was made by a high-rank open heaven realm master named Loyalty Demon using the blood and flesh of Xieji. It can be used to enslave open heaven realm masters, but only those below the high rank. Although he had already heard about the loyalty list, he didn't let his emotions show on his face when Yang Kai mentioned the book's name. He was at the peak of the 6th order open heaven realm, and if he hadn't been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven where there was a lack of resources, he would have ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm a long time ago. If he could return to the outside world, he could gather enough resources and shake off the book's control in no time. That was the reason he didn't even hesitate to leave his name on the book. Gang Qing and Zhu Ya were excited upon hearing Marozha's intention but still pretended to know nothing as Gang Qing said through clenched teeth, since you've made such a decision, Big Brother, I'll follow suit. Then, he squeezed out his blood essence and put down his name before passing the book to Zhu Ya. A moment later, Zhu Ya left her name on page 6. Yang Kai extended his hand and retrieved the book, then flashed a smile at them. Wise people will submit to the circumstances. I'm glad that you've made such a decision. I'm sorry for offending you some time ago. From now on, we're all one family. Marozha replied in a muffled voice, you didn't offend us. It was just that we had different stances. Yang Kai opened up his towering evergreen and beckoned to them. The wind is strong outside. Please come in here and follow me to seal the void crack. The 3 of them exchanged glances and dashed towards Yang Kai. Upon entering the protection range of the ancient tree, they realized that the astral wind was completely shut out. Zhu Ya couldn't help but let out a breath with a relieved look on her face. Marozha's expression turned milder as he examined the branches and fell into his thoughts. Your wood element divine manifestation is simply incredible, Brother Yang. What's the order of your wood element power? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, I don't know what order it is either actually, but it's a high-rank one at least. He had no idea what the order of the immortal tree was, but upon hearing that, Marozha thought that he simply wasn't willing to tell him the truth, so he stopped asking. A high-rank power, Marozha exclaimed, your foundation is indeed solid since you had the guts to condense a high-rank power. I saw you using a fire element divine manifestation and a water element divine ability that are also of the high rank. Did you intend to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm? Yang Kai replied with a smile, that was indeed my original plan, but an accident happened so I only ended up in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Marozha's brow twitched as he was horrified deep down inside. He couldn't believe that someone was ambitious enough to plan to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm. Although Yang Kai didn't make it in the end, the foundation he had built wouldn't be wasted. That was the reason he was able to defeat Marozha even though both of them were in the 6th order open heaven realm. As they casually chatted, they headed towards the wind source. They arrived at their destination in just 4 hours. The void crack where the wind source was located was torn apart by Yang Kai using space principles. Supposedly, it would slowly heal under the influence of the local world principles. However, the astral wind was extremely abrasive, and the principles in the shadowless cave heaven were already somewhat broken, so the crack didn't seem to be showing signs of healing. The crack was still around even though half a day had passed. Standing in front of the crack, Yang Kai manipulated his space principles and pushed out his palms. As space principles undulated, the crack slowly healed wherever his palms moved over. After an hour, Yang Kai finally managed to close the crack and the astral wind disappeared. Next, he put away his towering evergreen and frowned before falling into his thoughts. Maro Zhe and the others had suffered immense losses, so they immediately sat on the ground with their legs crossed. Following that, they fished out piles of open heaven pills and various other resources to refine them in order to make up for the losses in their small universes. Yang Kai didn't have to do this, so he found a place nearby and started doing his own things. Half a day later, Maro Zhe opened his eyes and saw a newly created array. Yang Kai appeared busy, but he wasn't certain what he was doing. Although Maro Zhe was unresigned and resentful of the young man, he wouldn't let his emotions show on his face as he had left his name on the loyalty list. Hence, he went over and asked curiously, "What are you doing, Brother Yang? Do you need my help?" "There's no need for that. It's almost done." Yang Kai waved his hand. After observing it for a moment, Maro Zhe finally realized what the young man was doing and asked, "Are you building a space array?" Yang Kai nodded, "En. It takes more than 10 days to come here from Twin Spirit Island. It'll be much easier with a space array around." "Are you going back to Twin Spirit Island?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The reason I came to the shadowless cave heaven was to look for my companions. Since I've found them as well as the exit, we'd better leave this place sooner rather than later. The environment in the shadowless cave heaven is far too hostile." Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:12, No Regrets in Life. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Maro Zhe set his mind at ease. Since Yang Kai was ready to bring the people from Twin Spirit Island over, he should have the confidence to achieve his goal, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. "Are you all coming to Twin Spirit Island with me? Or are you going to wait for me here?" Yang Kai asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Maro Zhe asked, "According to the regular pattern, the astral wind will strike again in 10 days. Will you be able to come back here in 10 days, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't think so. It would take him more than 10 days to arrive at Twin Spirit Island, so there was no way he could return to this place before the wind came. Moreover, he would have to spend some time on Twin Spirit Island." "We're going with you, then," Maro Zhe decided. They would have Yang Kai's protection by following him while they would be powerless to resist the wind if they stayed here. Since an agreement had been reached, they immediately set off on their journey towards Twin Spirit Island. They didn't speak to each other on the road, and 10 days later, the astral wind indeed struck again. Yang Kai used his towering evergreen to ensure everyone's safety. Although the three of them had experienced it before, they were still awestruck by the divine manifestation. A few days later, they finally arrived at Twin Spirit Island. After a message was sent out, the fog around the island separated and Yang Kai led the 3 mountain lords towards the bamboo forest where the proprietress and the others resided. When the person, who was guarding the grand array, saw Maro Zhe and the others, he was shocked and immediately reported it to Hua Yong. As Yang Kai shuffled into the bamboo forest with the 3 of them, chef and accountant, who were cultivating, were astounded. Upon leaving their huts to have a look, they were startled. "Where's proprietress?" Yang Kai asked. "She's still cultivating in seclusion," chef replied, then pulled Yang Kai away and pointed in the direction of Maro Zhe and the others. "What's going on? Why have they come here with you?" Yang Kai took a glance at the 3 of them and explained, "They were captivated by my charm, so they've surrendered to me. Now, they have to obey my command." Chef shot him a dry glance as he apparently didn't believe him. "I'm going to meet proprietress," Yang Kai said, then headed to the bamboo hut where she resided. Chef, accountant, and the 3 mountain lords exchanged glances. Standing outside the hut, Yang Kai raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. He only opened the door and entered the place upon getting her response. Outside the bamboo forest, Hua Yong was covered in cold sweat as he dashed forward alongside Shu Mudan. They both appeared worried. When he was told that Yang Kai had returned to Twin Spirit Island with the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, he didn't believe his subordinate at first. After all, Yang Kai had previously burned down Profound Yang Mountain and killed the 2nd mountain lord Yun Fei Bai. That was a blood feud that was practically irreconcilable. It would be a miracle if they didn't fight the moment they met, so how was it possible that they had come back together? However, since the subordinate swore that he had seen it with his own eyes, Hua Yong had no choice but to believe him and rushed over to look into the matter. What's Yang Kai trying to achieve? Hua Yong was befuddled. Previously, Yang Kai said he was going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, but he returned with Marozhe and the others after just 1 month. Was he going to make a move on Twin Spirit Island? Had he come to any agreement with Marozhe and the others? Hua Yong couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. When he reached the bamboo forest and saw those people who seemed to be in a confrontation, he narrowed his eyes and called out, "Head Mountain Lord Mao." Shu Mu Dan's face stiffened as she put up her guard. Marozhe turned to look at Hua Yong and cupped his fist, "Island Master Hua." Hua Yong gulped with difficulty as he wasn't certain what he was about to face. Regardless, he still stepped forward and said in a bitter voice, "You should have informed us that you were coming to Twin Spirit Island, Head Mountain Lord Mao. It's rather impolite of us to not at least welcome you at our doors." Despite his polite tone, he was practically implying that Marozhe was too disrespectful by coming to his territory without informing him. Although Hua Yong was timid, he wasn't a pushover. Marozhe said impassively, "We have nowhere to go. Since Profound Young Mountain was destroyed, I'm no longer the head mountain lord. It wasn't this Mao's intention to come to Twin Spirit Island. We were merely following Sir Yang." Sir Yang? Hua Yong was stunned, wondering who the person was that Marozhe was talking about. Just then, Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hut. "You're here, Island Master Hua. Please come up together with your wife. I need to tell you something." Upon hearing that, Hua Yong darted his gaze between the hut and Marozhe in puzzlement. Since he was unable to figure anything out, he gave a signal to Shu Mu Dan to tell her to be careful, then strode towards the hut with a frown. After entering the place, they saw Yang Kai and Lan Yu Ruo seated across from each other as they seemed to be having a chat. When the latter pair saw the couple, they quickly rose from the chairs. Upon saluting one another, everyone took a seat. An anxious Hua Yong asked, "What's going on with Head Mountain Lord Mao and the others, Brother Yang? I heard that they came here with you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Relax, Island Master Hua. They've indeed come here with me, but they don't have any ill intentions against Twin Spirit Island." Hua Yong fell silent with a grim expression. Although he had allowed Yang Kai to come and go from Twin Spirit Island as he pleased, it didn't mean the young man could bring Marozhe and the other mountain lords with him. However, since he wasn't a match for Yang Kai to begin with, Hua Yong decided to keep his mouth shut. Upon seeing his expression, the proprietress comforted him by saying, "Island Master Hua, just so you know, Marozhe and the others have submitted to Yang Kai. Without his order, they won't make any rash moves." "They've submitted to him?" Hua Yong's brow twitched. He had the urge to ask Lan Yu Ruo whether she even understood what she was talking about. However, when he recalled that Marozhe had called Yang Kai Sir Yang, he couldn't help but fall into a state of disbelief. "Let's not talk about them just now." Yang Kai waved his hand, "I'd like to talk about leaving the shadowless cave heaven." A shocked Hua Yong lifted his head, "Have you found the exit, Brother Yang?" Shu Mu Dan couldn't help but cover her mouth and gaze at Yang Kai in shock. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded, I've found the exit." Just like what Marozhe speculated, the origin of the astral wind is the passageway that's connected to the outside world. By moving past it, we'll be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven. "You went to the source of the astral wind?" Hua Yong exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded in response. After giving it a thought, Shu Mu Dan spoke. "The astral wind suddenly struck again for no reason more than 10 days ago, and it lasted for about half a day. It's different from the regular pattern." Yang Kai explained, "That's because I tore the space around the source of the astral wind apart and opened a passageway to it." Shu Mu Dan exclaimed. Disbelief was written all over Hua Yong's face as he said, "In just 1 month, Brother Yang has achieved something that we haven't been able to do for over 10,000 years. A humble Yang Kai replied, "Luck played a big part in it." An excited Hua Yong said, "Since you've found the exit, do you have the confidence to leave this place?" Yang Kai said, "I was about to talk about this very issue, Island Master Hua. It's not hard to leave this place, but the problem is what we will face after leaving shadowless cave heaven." Hua Yong furrowed his brow. "What do you think we'll face, Brother Yang?" Have you forgotten about what you've told me before? Yang Kai stared at him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong replied, we'll probably fall into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. It must be very dangerous there. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Once we leave the shadowless cave heaven, we'll fall into the origin of the astral wind. I have no idea how dangerous it will be. To be honest with you, I have a way of fending off the astral wind. At the very least, the astral wind gusting into the shadowless cave heaven doesn't bother me at all. However, I don't know what will happen after we fall into the astral wind's source. Hua Yong was shocked upon hearing this. It was only now that he understood the reason Yang Kai had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island and look for the exit. It was no wonder that Yang Kai's aura didn't seem to have been affected one bit even though the astral wind had struck twice over the last month. He actually had a way to defend against it. After a moment of silence, Hua Yong asked, are you going to leave the shadowless cave heaven, Brother Yang? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, many thanks to both of you for taking care of us. If you want, you can come with us, and I'll do my best to take care of you. Of course, I welcome the rest of the people from Twin Spirit Island if they want to leave as well. I'm also going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about it. Unrivaled Guild? Hua Yong looked doubtfully at him. Are you friends with them? Yang Kai shook his head, no. However, we will have greater strength with more people accompanying us. We don't know what will happen after we leave the shadowless cave heaven, so I'm willing to bring those who want to come with me. Hua Yong bowed his head. I admire how righteous and just Brother Yang is. Island Master Hua is too kind, it's the least I can do. Shu Mu Dan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the origin of the astral wind must be extremely dangerous. Do you have the confidence to move past it, Senior Brother Yang? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied with a serious expression, I cannot give you an affirmative reply since I have no idea what the situation is like on the other side. Even if it's a path of certain death, do you still insist on leaving the shadowless cave heaven? Yang Kai said with a smile, life is not a clear path laid out before us. I don't strive for everything to be perfect, only to not have any regrets. Rather than remaining trapped here forever, I'm willing to give it a try. Shu Mu Dan became startled for a moment before she pressed her lips together and nodded, I understand. Hua Yong said, this is a serious matter, so I cannot make a decision in a short time. Please give us a few days to sleep on it, Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Proprietress still needs another month or so to recover, so we won't be leaving so soon. You can tell me about it after you make a decision. Many thanks. Hua Yong cupped his fists, then he rose from the chair and left with Shu Mu Dan. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned around, this is a serious matter, Brother Yang, so I hope you won't break it to the rest of the people on Twin Spirit Island for now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4413, Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he replied with a smile, don't worry, Island Master Hua. You have full control over the affairs in Twin Spirit Island. I won't interfere. It was then Hua Yong thanked him and left the place. After the couple was gone, the proprietress said with a smile, he's pretty cautious. He must be worried that his subordinates will start having other ideas if the news is leaked. It can't be helped. Yang Kai could understand. If word got out that he was able to bring some people out of Shadowless Cave Heaven, many of those from Twin Spirit Island would be tempted to join him. If Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan decided to stay in the end, but Yang Kai brought most of their people away, the power of Twin Spirit Island would be greatly weakened. It was expected that Hua Yong didn't want the news to be leaked so soon, and he was able to set his mind at ease since Yang Kai had given him the assurance. Are you really going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about this? The proprietress asked. Yang Kai nodded, they're all pitiful people, so I don't mind lending them a hand. It's up to them whether they'll believe me or not. The proprietress paused before nodding as well, give me a month. If it's just like what you've said, we're going to face a lot of trouble after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so I should restore my full strength before we depart. Of course. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped out of the bamboo hut. The people outside the hut were still staring at one another, so young Kai directly wedged into the spot between both parties before turning to look at Marozha. I'm going to Unrivaled Guild. Marozha retracted his gaze and frowned. Why are you going there? I'm going to ask them whether they want to leave Shadowless Cave Heaven. I don't mind bringing them with me. Geng Qing widened his eyes. You want to bring those from Unrivaled Guild with you? What's wrong with that? After a moment of silence, Geng Qing shook his head. There's no problem. If possible, he wouldn't want those from Unrivaled Guild to tag along. After Profound Young Mountain was destroyed, the three of them headed to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to seek shelter, but the three chiefs had no qualms about mocking them, which was why they eventually left in exasperation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to look for the exit. Geng Qing naturally wished for those from Unrivaled Guild to be trapped inside the Shadowless Cave Heaven forever. However, since young Kai had made a decision, he wasn't in any place to object to it. Technically, the three of them were now young Kai's subordinates as their lives were under his control. They didn't have the right to change his mind. You'll come with me, Zhu Ya. I don't know where Unrivaled Guild is after all. Young Kai gazed at her. Zhu Ya looked inquisitively at Marozha, who then said, since Sir has given the order, you should go with him. It was then Zhu Ya nodded gently. Young Kai swept a dispassionate glance over Marozha before shuffling forward. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Zhu Ya led the way and headed to Unrivaled Guild. While they were on the road, Zhu Ya asked, Sir, you're already so powerful at such a young age. I'm sure you're from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Young Kai shot her a glance and said, Did Marozha tell you to inquire about my background? Zhu Ya's face stiffened as she forced a smile. Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just curious. Since you're not willing to tell me, please just ignore my question. She tucked her hair behind her ear and revealed her alluring profile and her snow-white skin. You'll find out about my background after we leave this place. Even if I tell you about it now, you probably won't believe me. Zhu Ya replied with her head hung low. Over the years, she had always been in an important position. As the fourth mountain lord of Profound Young Mountain, she was famous throughout the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Now that she had become someone else's servant who had lost control over her own life, she wasn't used to it. The three mountain lords speculated that young Kai was a core disciple nurtured by one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, he couldn't have possessed a power that was in the same order. Furthermore, the fact that young Kai had refined so many high-rank materials strengthened their beliefs. Unrivaled Guild was pretty far away from Twin Spirit Island, so it took them 5 days to arrive at their destination. Upon their arrival, Zhu Ya said, We'll soon reach the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild. You must act carefully, sir. Young Kai looked up but couldn't see anything unusual. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, he continued following Zhu Ya as they moved forward. In just a moment, they saw a smooth-looking cliff, which was so flat that it was as though it was cut using a knife. There was a protruded rock in the middle that served as a platform. Zhu Ya and young Kai landed on the platform, then she pointed at the wall. This is the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild. Young Kai released his divine sense and realized that there was a barrier in front of the wall of this platform. There must be some space behind the wall. Inform them of our arrival, young Kai ordered. Zhu Ya nodded, then she performed a hand seal and pressed both her hands against the wall, whereupon a layer of visible ripples spread around. A moment later, rumbling sounds were heard coming from behind the wall. A passage was revealed in the flat wall, then more than 100 people flooded out of it. There were 3 bald men, whose figures were built like bulls, at the front. What surprised young Kai was that the 3 of them looked identical. They were apparently triplets. The auras of the 3 of them suggested that they were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Needless to say, they were the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Young Kai tutted in amazement. Over the years, he had met quite a number of twins, but it was the first time he came across triplets. What was especially rare was that these 3 burly brothers had all ascended to the 6th Order. It was no wonder that Unrivaled Guild was able to face off against Profound Young Mountain, as the brothers were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Furthermore, since they were triplets, they probably had some kind of innate connection. It wouldn't be surprising if they had cultivated a combined attack technique. If both parties got into a scuffle, Marozha on his own wouldn't be a match for them. Now, it seemed that among the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was indeed the weakest. Besides the fact that they only had two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, their collective power was also no match for the other two great forces. The reason they had survived until this day was that the environment in the shadowless cave heaven was truly hostile as the resources were scarce. Among the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, unless there was a great blood feud, they wouldn't easily get into a fight, as once they were exhausted or injured, it would be hard for them to recuperate. As soon as the brothers appeared, Ju Ya gently spoke to Yang Kai. "Sir, they're the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Their names are Shan, Chiu, and Yu. As for who is who, I can't really tell." A speechless Yang Kai swept a glance over the brothers and realized he couldn't tell them apart either. The brothers were fierce upon their appearance, but when they saw Ju Ya, their eyes seemed to be glowing. One of them called out, "I was just wondering who had the guts to knock on our door." "It's you, beautiful little girl." Another person said smilingly, "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind and decided to be our wife?" The last person said, "That's great. We'll marry you today and let you know what it's like to be a bride." Ju Ya was so exasperated that she started flushing, then she said through gritted teeth, "Stop spouting nonsense, you ugly men. I'll never be your wife." The first person who spoke stroked his bald head and sported a ferocious expression. "Beautiful girl, since you're not willing to be our wife, why are you even here? Are you sick of living? We don't mind granting your wish as we're adept at torturing women." The second person glanced at Yang Kai and tutted, "Who is this pretty boy? I've never seen him before." The last person remarked, "He must be this woman's lover." Just then, a person rushed over and spoke to the brothers with a horrified expression. Since the downfall of Profound Young Mountain, the survivors had either gone to Twin Spirit Island or Unrivaled Guild. Presently, some of the people standing behind the brothers were originally from Profound Young Mountain, so they could immediately recognize Yang Kai. At that instant, they started trembling in fear, wondering if he wasn't happy with destroying Profound Young Mountain alone. Had he come all the way here to ruin Unrivaled Guild? Upon hearing the subordinate's words, the three brothers stiffened and gazed at Yang Kai with widened eyes. They examined the young man as though they were trying to look into his soul. One of them suddenly said in a small voice, "That's Yang Kai? I thought he'd look mighty. You know, with more muscles. It's surprising that he has such thin arms." The second brother nodded. "Don't be negligent, third brother. You can't judge a book by its cover. This person really doesn't seem ordinary." "Why do you think so, big brother? He doesn't even flinch when facing the three of us, so he's definitely not an average cultivator." "You're right, big brother. But why is he here?" the third brother asked in puzzlement. "I don't think he's well-meaning. I heard that it hasn't been a long time since this person arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, but he has already destroyed Profound Young Mountain. I'm worried that he has the intention of ruling over this place. He wants to rule over this place. Over our dead bodies. That's right. We're united against anyone who dares to invade our territory. Let's get ready to fight, big brother. I'm worried that we're no match for him. I heard that he had barged into Profound Young Mountain and severely wounded Marozha. Although the three of us can join forces to defeat Marozha, I don't think we'd be able to achieve what he's done. It proves that he's just a bit more powerful than us. We'll just give it a try to find out whether we're a match for him. Why don't we just summon our trump cards later to make sure that he won't have enough time to respond?" The brothers gathered together as they stared at Yang Kai and discussed their tactics, out loud. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he turned to look at Ju Ya, who lowered her head and secretly spoke, "These guys seem to have been born dim-witted." A speechless Yang Kai wondered how they even ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. With that said, they obviously had extraordinary aptitudes. Presently, the brothers seemed to be in a conflict as they were arguing about who would make the first move. Their faces had reddened as they were agitated. Yang Kai coughed into his fist, then cupped his fist at them. "Greetings, three chiefs. My name is Yang Kai. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. What are your names? The three of them immediately stopped arguing. One of them loudly patted his own chest. My name is Shashan. The second person said, I'm Shichyo. The third person said in a grim voice, Shiyu. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44:14. Who are Yong's hesitation? Yang Kai gazed seriously at them in an attempt to connect their faces to their names, but his effort was in vain. Not only did these burly men look alike, but their demeanors and voices were also similar. More importantly, their auras were almost identical. Perhaps even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yang Kai decided to give up as he said, please don't get me wrong. This Yang has no ill intentions against unrivaled guild. I also don't intend to rule over the shadowless cave heaven like what you were worrying about. Shiyu exclaimed, he heard our conversation, big brother. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Shichyo's face. We'd better make a move first, or else we'll be at a disadvantage, big brother. Shashan widened his eyes in shock as he puffed out a scorching breath through his nostrils. As he glared at Yang Kai, his gaze became increasingly ferocious. Faced with the imminent danger, Yang Kai took some steps backwards and raised his hands. Wait a moment. I don't intend to go against the three of you, nor am I here to fight. I've come all the way here to tell you that I've found the exit of this shadowless cave heaven, and I'm going to leave in 1 month. If you want, you can come with me. If not, I'm not going to force you. Yang Kai found it hard to deal with these three. Before coming to this place, he had imagined various circumstances when he met the three chiefs of unrivaled guild, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out this way. You've found the exit. Shashan was startled as the ruthlessness in his eyes went away. Yes. Yang Kai bowed his head. Why should we believe you? Distrust was written all over Shiyu's face as he gazed at Yang Kai. We've been looking for the exit for thousands of years but to no avail. How did you even find it? I have my methods. Yang Kai shook his head. As for how I found it, I can't really tell you. However, Ju Ya was with me at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it. In an instant, the three brothers shifted their attention to Ju Ya. Ju Ya frowned, apparently not willing to talk to them, but she still nodded her head in the end. Sir Yang is not lying to you. He has really found the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The reason we've come all the way here is to inform you about it. The doubt of the brothers evaporated as they appeared ecstatic. He's really found the exit? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It seemed that these guys were truly dim-witted as they readily believed Ju Ya's words. Nevertheless, it saved him a lot of trouble, so he just went with it. The brothers could barely contain their excitement while the cultivators from Unrivaled Guild looked at Yang Kai with fervent gazes. No one was willing to stay in the shadowless cave heaven if they had a chance to leave. Resources in this damned place were scarce, so they had no future if they stayed here. Many of them had been stuck in this place for thousands of years. Due to the astral wind, Ma Tianyuan's cultivation had dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order, so he was rather pitiful. Many of them were indeed tempted by Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai said, just so you know, even though I've found the exit, we might come across some trouble if we want to leave. There might be some unforeseeable danger. Shashan stroked his bald head and stared at Yang Kai. We have nothing to do with one another. Since you've found the exit, you could have left on your own. Why have you come over to inform us? Do you have any ulterior motive? Shichyo and Shiyu immediately gazed vigilantly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai burst into laughter. What ulterior motive could I have? Just like what I've said, even though I've found the exit, there might be some danger ahead. Therefore, having more people to help is a good thing. If you're willing to come with me, I may need your assistance when the time comes. Upon hearing his explanation, the brothers understood his intentions. I'm going to leave the shadowless cave heaven in 1 month. If you want to come with me, you can look for me in Twin Spirit Island before then. I'll be staying there during this period of time. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai cupped his fist and left with Ju Ya. The reason he had come over was to inform the three chiefs about his plan. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't remain. These three were truly dim-witted, so it might do more harm than good if he talked any further. The brothers were rooted to the spot as they watched Yang Kai leave. Behind them, the open heaven realm masters exchanged glances. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated room on Twin Spirit Island, Hua Yong was drinking on his own. A series of footsteps were heard coming from behind him, then a warm body pressed against his head. A pair of slender hands were placed on his forehead as the woman gently massaged him. Hua Yong closed his eyes and rested his head against his wife's belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movements coming through the skin. As he took a whiff of the pleasant fragrance, his mind was slowly soothed. "Are you in a dilemma, husband?" Shu Mu Dan asked gently. "Yes." Hua Yong sighed. "It's too difficult to make a decision, my wife." Yang Kai had put him in a really tight spot. Before his arrival, Hua Yong and his wife had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years. Although the environment was hostile, their lives had been quite peaceful. However, in just a few days, Yang Kai had basically turned this place upside down. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and only 3 of the 4 great mountain lords were left. Moreover, those 3 had become Yang Kai's subordinates. On top of that, Yang Kai found the shadowless cave heaven's exit, which the cultivators in this place were unable to do for thousands of years. Certainly, Hua Yong wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven as well. They practically had no future in this place. However, it took a lot of courage and determination if they wanted to leave. Others had no idea what they could face after going past the exit, but Hua Yong was fully aware of it. After all, Yang Kai had explained the situation to him already. Upon moving past the exit, they would probably fall into the source of the astral wind, which was a death trap. The astral wind coming into the shadowless cave heaven was already so violent, so Hua Yong couldn't imagine what would happen if they really fell into its source. Although he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, it wouldn't take long before his small universe was worn away entirely. Shu Mu Dan said gently, "Sir Yang has said that he has a way to defend against the astral wind, hasn't he?" Hua Yong replied, "Yes, but he's going to bring a lot of people with him. Lan Yu Ruo, Marozha, and the others are going with him. If we also join them, are you sure he will have enough power to protect all of us? Moreover, he has left to inform Unrivaled Guild about it. Once the news is leaked, many people will be tempted to leave with him." Shu Mu Dan said, "Since he has made such a decision, he probably has the power to do it." Hua Yong shook his head. "I'm worried that an accident might happen." Shu Mu Dan flashed a smile at him. "Since you find it hard to make a decision, why don't we think about what will happen if we stay?" "If we stay?" Hua Yong narrowed his eyes. Shu Mu Dan went on to say, "If we stay here, we'll probably become the sole rulers of the shadowless cave heaven. Marozha and the others are definitely leaving, and now Sir Yang has left for Unrivaled Guild. I believe those 3 brothers won't be able to resist such a temptation, so they'll most likely tag along. By then, we will be the only 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters in the shadowless cave heaven." Hua Yong's gaze brightened as he listened to his wife. If that was the case, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to stay. Shu Mu Dan continued to say, "Afterwards, we can consolidate the forces in the shadowless cave heaven. There won't be 3 great forces anymore, only Twin Spirit Island will be left." "You're right." Hua Yong repeatedly nodded as he could barely contain his joy. Shu Mu Dan then continued, "Lina will be born in a year or 2. Given our capabilities, we definitely can raise him well. However, resources in the shadowless cave heaven are scarce, and the situation has been exacerbated since the 3 great forces have basically dug up every last usable resource over the years. We can't be certain about Linus' aptitude, but it obviously won't be too weak. Nevertheless, how far can he go without resources? The world energy in the shadowless cave heaven is poor to begin with, so perhaps he'll be able to reach the Origin King realm or the Tao Source realm. At any rate, he can never make it to the open heaven realm, which means his life will be pretty short. After he dies of old age, we'll have to personally bury him." As Hua Yong listened to her speak up until now, he couldn't help but shudder. Then, he turned around and pressed his hands against her belly as though he was trying to protect his child. He gazed at his wife and said, "Please don't say such terrifying things." Shu Mu Dan just stared silently at him. As their eyes met, Hua Yong finally realized his wife's intention. You're trying to persuade me to leave, aren't you? Shu Mu Dan shook her head. Since this mistress is married to you, I will follow you forever and will support whatever decisions you make. If you want to stay in this place, I'll stay here with you. If you want to leave, I'll follow. However, we have a child now, so I hope that you'll think about his future too. As she spoke, she lovingly stroked her belly. A hesitant Hua Yong said, but the origin of the astral wind? Shu Mu Dan said, since Sir Yang is determined to leave, he must have the confidence to achieve his goal. He wouldn't have taken such a huge risk if there was no chance of survival. No one is willing to throw their life away for nothing. Hua Yong furrowed his brows for a moment before he said, please let me sleep on it. Shu Mu Dan nodded gently, please don't feel burdened in any way. I'll support you no matter what. A moved Hua Yong took her hands. There was nothing else he would ask for since he already had a wife like her. After she was gone, Hua Yong drained another few bottles of wine and became a bit tipsy. Upon making a decision, he told his subordinate to immediately inform him when Yang Kai returned. The subordinate nodded and withdrew. About 5 days later, Yang Kai returned to Twin Spirit Island and started arranging a space array in the bamboo forest. The proprietress needed a month or so to fully heal from the backlash from wearing the blood monster battle dress, so Yang Kai used this time productively. Since there was already a space array in front of the exit, arranging one here allowed him to move around easily. While he was busy, someone informed him that Hua Yong was inviting him to a banquet. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.